второй день нашего трека Open Source and Open Security.
We're in the second day of our open security track. We've been discussing the various issues in our industry, and today we'll be discussing ensuring security on open source, and we will open our track with a presentation devoted to the costs of open source security, and the speaker is Ivan Dechkov.
Так, презентация есть, задние ряды, меня слышно, поднимите ручки.
Can you see my presentation? How are you guys in the rear rows? Cool, my name is Ivan Dechkov. I'm in charge of security at Wildberries, and today we'll be discussing the cost of SOC in open source. In the very beginning of my career, I worked for a vendor company, and I worked a lot with brilliant vendor solutions. And working with those solutions, I cared much about being able to export those technologies somewhere, not only to other companies, but somewhere else, somewhere beyond, worldwide. And since they are vendor technologies, there are strict limitations and restrictions. The technology allows to export them to other companies and worldwide, and it's underpinned by open source. A few words about my agenda. The first topic is technology. Clearly, the entire open source stack is based on technology, and I'm going to share with you some ideas that you can use in SOC and open source. Clearly, I'll be discussing people, because without people, you'll hardly be able to come up with anything, either for a vendor or for open source. People are our main asset. We'll be discussing some results and processes, of course. What are we not going to discuss? I'll not be touching upon specific tools and their fine-tuning, like Elasticsearch. Yesterday, on the 23rd of May, my colleague Stanislav covered that topic. You can listen to it. Or IRP and SOAR based on open source components. This topic has also been covered. I'm not going to discuss the need for SOC analysts. They are required everywhere, in any situation, whatever you've been doing. I'm not going to cover the structure of SOC, the number of lines, what they should do and shouldn't do. It's not that important in the context of my presentation. Let's also set some limitations and define the context. All the things are mentioned here. I'm going to speak about the preparation for detection and responding to cyber attacks, and we will exclude some specific details. If we decided to cover all the details, I would run out of time shortly. A few words about the issues and challenges that we face. Please show me your hands, those of you who have faced the challenge of changing the structure of your vendor structure, or the number of CM events. Have you ever encountered any challenges related to the limitations set by your licenses? I see quite a few hands. Yes, that's a serious problem. Now, support and implementation. Yes. It is a problem. Although vendor solutions come with support, with guaranteed support terms, the vendors do everything they can to provide such support properly. However, this is not always the case. I'll get back to it. Now, the most interesting thing, the cost of license. You can spend a lot of money on a solution that will help you today and right here and right now, but next year the cost of your license may double. Now, documentation, the most interesting thing. Quite often, vendor solutions come with documentation, which is pretty hefty. Thousands of pages of documents like Leo Tolstoy's romance. However, when you really need it, you eventually find out that it looks like this. Next, the features. Usually, vendors develop features, introduce them or not introduce them. It's up to them. You can encounter bugs or difficulties with using tools. You can encounter some stoppers. And in this case, you may need to ask your vendor to implement something. And the vendor will say, oh, we can make it part of our roadmap. But you need it right here and right now, especially if you're a big customer. But the problem is the backlog. Now, bugs, they are present everywhere. In open source, in a commercial, off-the-shelf product, everywhere. Well, the question is how to work with them, how to detect, identify, and fix them. It's not always that vendors make their bug and debugging operations transparent. It's not always that you can find a portal to find the list of bugs, to decide that this bug is important for me and this one is not. Usually, you find out about vendors' bugs when you encounter them and call support. Now, the dark theme is not always present. Those involved know what I'm speaking about. We all prefer to be on the light side. Now, a few words about the prerequisites. What may drive us to switch to open source? The most important thing is that it allows you to transform your licensing budget into your labor costs. In this case, it'll be really cool. You'll be able to onboard great personnel. Next, your staffing. Well, it proceeds from the previous bullet. However, if you embezzle the budget, you will hardly be able to come up with great staff. Next, the party's policies. What does it mean? It means that your company is not against you using open source. And companies vary. In some companies, the management may have some strings attached, and it's not always that you are free to go for it. Next, your expertise. If you don't have any experience with SOC, it will be very difficult for you to start from scratch. So it's important to have some prerequisites in place. Last but not least, your ability to onboard professional enthusiasts, those people who know how to work with open source. What are the obstacles that may prevent you from switching to open source? In the first place, it's regulation. If your company is heavily regulated, you will need a special license for each and every element. Next, the party's policies. If your company's policies are against it, you will hardly be able to change anything. Next, labor costs and your payroll budget. Well, of course, you can introduce some changes here, hypothetically, but only hypothetically. And last but not least, proprietary solutions. You know what I mean? Well, as you can see, we have quite a lot of drivers for such change. The next question is how to choose a solution. First thing you need to do is coming with a table of criteria. We all know what it is about, although not all people like working on such things, doing this paperwork. So it's extremely important to decide for yourselves what you need. If you yourselves are not sure what you really need, this table will hardly help you. Of course, you can identify more general items, but not everything. Next, community. The community is your basis once you have developed expertise. You yourselves become such a foundation. We are heavy proponents of open source. We've been developing and supporting this community not only for the source code, but also for some other areas. Next question is relevance. If you feel an urge to start crying looking at this picture, I can understand you. Well, and in this case, it's not a great idea to have it introduced. Next, architecture. Projects vary in terms of architecture. If your architecture is not scalable, of course you can introduce it, but at a later stage you will face a lot of challenges, starting from your source code and all the way down to the need to deal with various band-aid solutions. Documentation. If you have documentation to learn, to improve your understanding of how your technology works, it can be a great driver. Every source has its tech writer. Let's go on. Let's go over the problems that we may have. To summarize, firstly, our licenses, their cost, features and bugs, and so forth. So, what can we do about it? I suggest that we consider these technologies. Let's go over them and begin from SIM. I will split it into three high-level blocks. The first one being storage. What you need to store your logs. You can say that Elasticsearch is not a database, but an engine, and you'll be right, but it still stores logs. Next, log processing. It includes processing, parsing, enhancement, and so forth. Last but not least, correlation. It's here that we start having a hard time with making our choice. If there are things for ElastAlert, for the other bullets, there are still questions, like Apache Flink. For example, there is no correlation engine for Postgres, which means that you will need to come up with your own. I refrain from including more specific things. For instance, there is a correlation engine which uses surrogate syntax for logs. Let's go on. And the next topic is EDR. It's a cross-platform solution. It can work on any platform. You can respond, you can detect, you can capture telemetry. However, if you start using it, you will soon understand that it's not enough. Next, WASA. It's really great for the start, that you don't have anything. However, it's not really good in terms of scalability. Next, Velociraptor. It's a cool solution, and my employees and colleagues like it a lot. Denis Rodchenkov demonstrated it last year. explaining how it could be used for triage. For instance, it allows to do triage for endpoints and process data of such triage. Last but not least, the Elastic Agent. You may say that those agents are closed loop, but that's not the case. Next, NTA. Here, our choice is much smaller. We only have just one option here, which is Suricata. Last year in Gorky Park, I covered it with Ivan Shevdatkin. I have already advertised SOAR. I'm not going to do it repeatedly. I will only demonstrate that there is choice. For IRP, you can use Jira, Track, Train. I don't know how you work with your tickets. There are so-called ticket-driven stocks, which are mostly designed for big tech companies. That's why I included them here. Such a ticket solution is not based on open source. You can have stacks of scripts based on Python. Next, TI. The choice is not really great here as well. And it's not about the platform, but how this platform can process data, how it works with them, and most importantly, what kind of data you upload to it. And there are two huge solutions. They are MISP and Yeti. And the last one I only included here for representation. Why not? Next, honeypots. We have a great choice of honeypots, and I only included a QR code here, which you can use in order to select a honeypot that suits you better. And this is probably the only thing that differs open source from vendor solutions. Now, let's try to summarize. What kind of problems we've been dealing with? First, license limitations. Open source solutions also provide for some limitations, but they are not that huge. Next, the cost of licenses. It's great to avoid them. The introduction of new features. It can be in the issue format like with GitHub. When you come and say, look guys, we have a problem here. Or you can do something yourselves and provide it to the solution for revision. Next, bugs. They are always with us. And depending on the condition of your repository, you will choose this or that approach to dealing with bugs, categorizing them, trying to understand what they mean to the community and so forth. This topic is present everywhere. What has not been decided on, it is introduction and support. What is traditional introduction? Customers usually engage in finger pointing, and today it looks like this. The vendor has joined the club. The integrator finger pointing at the vendor, saying that the vendor failed to do this and that, and the other way around. Now, to support, how does it work? It can be a small problem. For example, your UI button of the wrong color, but to deal with it, you need to collect all the logs, send them, issue a ticket, and wait for the developers to come up with some response. Of course, if you want to do something, do it yourself. If you need support, if you need to customize something, hire people and do it yourself. how to do it, how those people will be working, and what's going to happen next. Let's try to think about it. How many people do we need? There is a ubiquitous formula. I try to use it myself. I sent requests to about 500 LLMs for this, and I got very different answers. Of course, it depends on criteria such as the mix of your infrastructure, its size, its composition, the tools that you already have or your colleagues have, because you can either reuse them, and there may be good and reusable tools that will expedite your introduction. Next, routine tasks. The more routine tasks you have, the bigger headcount you need. Let's try to do some calculations. I looked at an abstract infrastructure of, say, 25,000 machines, some middle-sized infrastructure. Well, basically, infrastructures differ, vary in size and composition. Some tools may be present. However, let's assume you're beginning from scratch. You have nothing. Your IT is okay, everything works, and that's cool. What kind of ideas could we suggest? Economy tariff, for example. Well, you can begin with some 4 people. Why not 1 or 100? Why 4? First of all, you need time to hire those people, to onboard them. Next, 4 people will be able to understand your infrastructure needs from scratch. What will they give them? Well, of course, they will not be assigned to specific areas or lines of business. With this headcount, you will need to share various responsibilities. They will also need some time to obtain knowledge, to amass experience, and you will need prioritization for this. Like first thing first. Next, tariff plan. Let's call it tariff. Let's call it comfort. It gives us more resources for development because we have an additional tool. And there is no serious need to share your tool sets. You can switch to different tool sets. For instance, you're working with a trap. After some time, you can switch to something else. Now, the next plan will be called business. It's where you may have some 8 people in your staff. They are assigned to specific business lines. People may call in sick. Some people may prove to be lazy or not performant enough. However, you already have more resources for development and more capabilities to improve what you already have. What's next? Who will you need? I've listed here key requirements. Please show me your hands, those of you who agree with it. Oh, okay, I got it. Nobody wants to tell me. You are right. If you engage in looking for such people, you'll find them, of course, but success is not guaranteed. You will hardly be able to find ready-to-use experts. Well, yes, there are people who are open-source enthusiasts. Of course, it's important to know how to read the code, but it's not really necessary that everyone be an expert, a guru. Now, if you're not familiar with RTFM, it's about knowing how to read manuals and to understand them. Well, as I said, you will hardly be able to find great experts, so it is important how fast your employees can master new technology and obtain necessary skills.
Контрибьюторов в ядро Linux, конечно, в там СНГ
Clearly,
имеется, они крутые ребята.
there are potential contributors to the Linux kernel. However, their number is limited.
Так, если подытожить, вот примерно список того, кто нужен на самом деле для того,
summarize,
чтобы начать строить
this is
open source и в целом
a
работать с
list
open source продуктами.
of those who you will need to engage in open source.
Какой примерный план, да, вот абстрактно.
Let's cast a glance at an approximate plan of what can be scheduled for the first 6 months with those 4 people. As per the criteria that I mentioned a few minutes ago, you will be able to deploy an SIAM for 25 or 40,000 machines. Of course, you will face some architecture challenges, but it will work. Most likely, you will have agents for Linux or Windows. However, it may be difficult for you to launch full-fledged operations. Of course, you will be able to introduce some simple traps. Your IRP SOAR will be able to cover your minimal requirement for working with alerts, and you will also have NTAs to cover some traffic, but it will be just a minimal resource. As your tool sets grow, you will need more resources. As I said, your routine operations will also be messing, so you will start experiencing problems with your economy plan, wishing to have something bigger and better. What kind of problems will you face? 4 people is not enough. Someone calling in sick, someone going on vacation. Someone will need to take over, and so forth. Next, with 25,000 machines at the initial stage, you will end up with 40,000 after 6 months. And with the growth of infrastructure, you will face another problem related to needing to deal with more routine operations. Your tools will also need to develop. The existing tools will no longer be enough to deal with all the tasks. You will also need to update and upgrade them to meet the requirements of new features. Let's continue. Should we grow, and how should we grow? Vertically or horizontally? With such infrastructure, you will be able to continue with 4 employees. As to vertical growth, of course, you will need it as well. You can read about it on the slide. Well, it may look like it's time to wrap up. However, that's not it. There are other problems you'll be facing in building your SOC. And I'm going to begin with technical problems. First of all, you'll be short of features. Your analysts will be engaged in different investigation exercises. You will need your correlation engine. You will need other engines. You will always be shy of some features. And you will hardly be able to find an out-of-the-box solution in open source to cover all your needs. You will need more resources for development. Some people manage to achieve that, and I can give you a great example. I know a team of guys who engaged with open source, working on a number of products. As a result, they identified the product to work on, and they called it Stage. And they are a great team, truly, because they have managed to come up with a great commercial product, having started from open source. Now, failures. You will always have failures, regardless of what you may have done in order to secure yourself. It is inevitable. And this is extremely important, how you can process your emergencies or failures. All the same stages as in dealing with security. You will need to identify root causes and decide on your next steps. Depending on how you work with failures, if you do it like, I've recovered and now I'm going to move on, it's not great. Or it may be the situation is not great, or the situation may be great, however, I'll need to redo something. Everything runs smoothly, your analysts are okay, but all of a sudden something happens, some incident, or you need something that you didn't have before, and to cope with it, you need to change something. You need to modify your architecture or introduce a new solution. Of course, you can deal with it, but it's not that easy. And it's important to be able to foresee, to predict the future.
What's important, how your architecture, your solution, how your employees challenge it. It also can be the people in your area who have a very deep expertise in a certain product. It can be your community too, if your policy allows that. And the more you work with the challenge, the more you criticize yourself at the start, the higher probability that you will be able to avoid all those failures. There are non-technical challenges that management may have, and not only management, the company as a whole may have them. This is when you overestimate your capabilities. When you understand that your team is so strong that it can do whatever. It can do anything. First of all, you're a great guy because you hired such a great team, and the team is great because they can do some incredible things. A couple of examples from practice. There is CLMP, Central Log Management Platform. So what is it? So your initial SOC is growing. It makes first steps, develops, finally achieves something, and then it turns out that in your company, the strongest expertise in your company is in the databases and storing logs. And why not? Because you have all this experience in overloads and many other things, and we spoke about it many times, and then you understand why, if we have our SOC, why shouldn't we make a service for the whole company that can help us to find logs, describe logs, and keep them and store them, and quite reliable? Well, it sounds really great. So all these dreams and ideas, they bump into harsh reality. You still have this 4 FTE if you didn't manage to leave your economy plan, so you still you don't have reserves. So where you can get? So if you actually go into this, go on this path, so your development will stop because you will be spending your resources to deliver service, and the quality will be low because you don't have enough people. And as a result, your idea may go to sad result and destruction of your reputation. Then another interesting thing, this is your own engine of correlation for CM. When you understand that for some reason the engine you have is not enough for you and you decided to create your own. Is it possible? Yes, of course it's possible. No problem. You need time for development, for specifications and all that. In order to make your own engine for CM, you need to first realize which one you need, and then the realization itself will take a lot of time. Because to design it and then to write it, it's like full-scale development. Then, quite an interesting thing is self-written SIM on Postgres. So what's interesting here? It doesn't have interface for analysts, there is no correlation engine. It's a great relative and it works well. It can create architecture pretty well, but in order to make it into CM, it takes a lot of time. Moreover, examples, maybe there are CMs that are working on Postgres. Do you know these examples on Postgres? Okay, you'll tell me. Okay, let's go on. Examples. Then for SOC, inventory is very important. It's very important for SOC understand what you have in your infrastructure, and that's the first step. It's identifying what you have. And when you understand the infrastructure is large and you need to make an inventory of it, so an SOC needs it, and it's not some other area like IT, somebody else. So, and you think, I have a strong team, so let's do that. So, and what to do? So you scan it, you put everything in one place, and it's kind of done. Your inventory is done for 15 minutes. In fact, you bump into the harsh reality again because you need to see what you have in network. There are many machines that you use, and it's possible that network may fail, and there are so many variants that I'm not going to list them here. Despite the fact that you really need that, you need to be able to estimate your capabilities well. How to avoid all these failures? So in what I wrote here, it's more like a precondition. So and if you don't think like that, then probably something went wrong with you, and maybe you failed somewhere and you did something wrong somewhere. So if your team is not the best one, so that's your fault. So what to do then? First of all, no matter how great you are, you need to communicate with your team. Consult with them, how they see it. Don't be afraid. They're on your side. They also want to get the result, so get the advice. And it's not just get their advice, but listen to it. Not like, it's your opinion, fine, so I'm the boss, so we'll do as I say. No, it's bad practice. You need to listen to the opinion of your team. Important. Next. That's a mistake that managers of different level may encounter. This is when you overestimate your capabilities, and when you misevaluate your costs. When you were young, you could do the inventory for like 15 minutes, but now it's not you who do it. Now it's your team does it. You're in completely different situation, under different circumstances. For you, it's different. It's important to properly evaluate labor costs. Solutions of the team. You need to understand why your team makes certain decisions, why they think so. And also, make sure you explain your ideas to your people, to your team. You can't just dominate and you can't just dictate what to do. That's just a bad way. And as I said, oftentimes dictatorship is not the best way to do it. A lot of things depend a lot on people, on the company. In my humble opinion, this is what it is. Okay, summing up. How to license SOC on open source and how much does it cost? Clearly, license budget, how much it will cost a year, it depends on the payroll payments. It depends on your payroll budget. Then you paying for the subscription twice a month. So if you pay more, then you pay the premium. So how to license other projects? So my practice says, so one person CM can do 200K EPS. It's going to be difficult, but they can do it. So you have to be very careful with such person. You have to really cherish them. For agents, the same. It's hard to come up with a formula how many you need FTEs, but up to 25K machines you need. They can do it. Then FTE for RPRs and SOARs and automation. So So FTE conceptually may cover it without reserves. And for NTA, you probably need up to 20 gigabits per second, because architecture of NTA will depend on how much you will be processing covered traffic, and the more traffic you have, the heavier the architecture will be, and it will be more difficult to maintain it. And also, nerves of COC lead also should be licensed, so to speak, and paid for. Results. How to substantiate it for the business? It's point number one. We save a lot of money. Firstly, on licenses, because we don't pay a lot of money for nothing. So, in other words, if licenses is non-transparent. In CIS countries, so when one vendor has only one has a transparent system of licensing, others, they can give you the price as they want. Then, in order to contract a contractor, it's not only your cost, you sweat to approve this budget and all that. This is also actual work of your colleague. There can be economists, lawyers, everybody who participates in the process. So actually you save their time as well. And metrics. For business, metrics will be good only if your processes are streamlined and you have proper team for that. But what tools you'll use will not be as important. For others, for the community, what are the advantages of such approach? First of all, you provide good jobs, good positions in the market, and you develop the labor market. You develop the people who come to you, and they get unique experience, and you develop the community, and not just your own community, like a local one, but you're contributing in the open source, so you're improving the world, because the world is using open source, because on the other side of the world there is another person who's doing the same as you do. We make vendors think about how they license and other things. Well, that can be disputable, because vendors may think that open source, it's not their competitor. Who are they? But in my work, there was a situation when companies they were refusing to use vendor products because because there was an open source product for no money. And clearly, you have a great opportunity to get the features you need, because vendor products they close their code, and you can't do it without them, and you can only use some sort of crutch in your interface that will help you to enrich the data and to have some data requests. It will work, but it will be stumbling. So don't forget to share this crutch that you came up with, share it with the community. And the most important slide, that you can come to us, work with us, use the QR codes and contacts. Here's and now time for questions. I remind you that you're going to get some perks for the questions. Hello, colleagues?
Ценный подарок.
За два.
For the two best questions. One question is yours, one question is ours. There's a great book about open source. Did you understand you right that above mentioned 25,000 machines, you started with one person and then you had 8 people for this, and it seems like you still lack them, right? Let me put it this way. We started our info business, information security. We started with 2 people, and then our team grew. When we started, there were 2 of us, it was 3 or 4 of us, and it was enough for the start. And as I said, the infrastructure is growing. The number of telemetry we have to process growing, so 4 people weren't enough, and we were growing. And you could see it looking at the jobs that we bring to the market. On the first slide, you said the hard ending, you excluded. So what do you mean by that? It's using the results of the system by administrator or so as part of this in order to do hardening you need scanners, you need both inside and external ones. You need to spend a lot of resources of analysts, you need to engineering the resources. That's why besides that, hardening is not always in the hands of SOCs. It can be in information security but not in SOC. That's why I think it's a separate function and not always part of SOC. To ask a question, there is a microphone, so please come. Thank you very much for your talk. It's really cool. I can tell that you're building this open source SOC, and my question is, did you look at it from the point of view of the time of implementation? Maybe you can take vendor solutions and this SOC would give you better timing. So in terms of a better solution, of course, we can do that. We can implement vendor solution, but it depends how many people you have on your panel and what is CM architecture. So if we exclude the time we need to spend to buy it, so I'd say that the implementation takes approximately the same time. But there is also a certain difference because different vendors have different ideas about implementation. Some of them, they demand that you have to use integrators to implement. Some of them do it on their own. The longer the supply chain, the longer the time to implement. You need to write a very specific specification, very detailed one. You have to explain, sort of explain to your grandmother how to do CM. In other words, what I'm saying, conceptually, if you exclude all these factors, more or less time is the same, whether it's vendor or whether it's open source solution. And another short question. There were a couple of examples that some fintechs, they go to open source because the solutions that exist don't satisfy their needs and they need some other one. So if a commercial solution, given all the advantages that they support stability, if it gave them this flexibility and possibility to integrate without certain crutches, would you consider it? But I wouldn't consider it like a business. For fintech, it requires so much money that it's easier to do it yourself. Just imagine the price of the license for CM, like 700,000 EPSs. Can you imagine what the price of the license will be? It's not static. Today you have 700,000 EPSs. Tomorrow you have 800, and next year we'll have 1.5 million. And this is a normal way of development of big companies with big telemetry. So, and the license will be growing in cost. So, of course, I would consider it if it was for free. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go on. Thank you for your presentation. My question is about the speed and feeds. We understand that the expertise of vendors somehow gets to open source. How much are you interested in FIDs and fresh antivirus bases that you get as a result of real incidents? This is the freshest thing. It will appear in open source later, but well, I think everybody is interested in getting the fresh information, everybody who has vendor solutions, non-vendor solutions. This is a matter of analytics, mostly. How quickly and effectively you can develop detection logic or detection tools, no matter if you're open source or vendor. Vendor can give you some perks if you can get expertise much faster. Vendors get it from somewhere. Usually, vendors, they take it from their practice. They have an incident, they get information from it. But not all vendors across the world, they actually react to it.
Скажу так, что нужно всем, да.
So that's why everybody needs it, but it's more sort of an analytical matter.
Что могу сказать, имеет смысл закупать.
The only thing I can say, this is better to buy expertise if you need it here and now and as fast as possible. So yeah, or integrator. Hello, thank you for your presentation. I can see certain logic in your presentation. In open source, you can see it in payroll and part of engineers. So for you, did you manage to get a simpler solution doing it yourself? Given the latest events, open source is open source for those who need it, and those who not, they stop receiving commitments. And when you use open source, you said it yourself, you become partly contributor. And if open source stops being open source and they stop receiving commitments from you, you may become a maintainer. Do you want to leave like using solutions of information security, like your main area? Would you like to move towards development, and why, and is it worth it? I'll tell you this, we already get to this point, so we gradually moving in that direction. We're developing our own versions of open source solutions, and what we contribute, some of them are accepted by MR, some of them are not. It's pretty logical that over time you gradually get your own cycle of development, and for this you hire certain people. I understand that the talk was not about what is less costly, but for this you will have to look for the more expensive experts. And further developing, you can't just have kind of the first line, we can hire the people, like the graduates of university, you need more experienced guys, right? The question is what the first line is, right? In fact, it's very difficult to find candidates, proper candidates, and looking for proper people. That's one of those disadvantages that is biting me. In order to find great experts, you need to have several interviews, and oftentimes you have to reject those people who come for the interviews. Yes, it's very difficult to search for good staff, and it depends on how logically you get, how thoroughly you get to the search, and if engineers talk, and if you're looking for seniors, I know only 2 people in the market. Maybe there are more of them. So if you expand your search, some people from DevOps and some regular engineers and administrators, they can be a fit to what you need. They'll probably will have to study a little bit more the specificity of security, but they may fit the position. Maybe there is some analytics from you or what's happening in the market. Do you see other companies kind of moving the same path? Do you see that maybe your employees with this experience, will they be in demand in the market? So if they want to work in information security or in development,
Смотри, у меня сотрудники самые лучшие на рынке. Я об этом говорю.
I have the best staff in the market, and I said, talk about it in my slide. They have very strong expertise, and if they want to find another place to work, they'll find it immediately. Give open source book to this man, please.
Спасибо за доклад.
Thank you for your presentation. And my question is, in the age of AI, I can't help asking about using open source agents to replace analysts, and even engineers. Great, it's a great question. We use LLMs, also open source, and there are many of them. This is a European analogs of Mistral and the DeepSeek and Chinese models. Yes, we use them. It's a great thing. It helps us differently. It helps our company. And we started using it for ourselves, and then we started providing a service for information security. LLM can replace, and if it can replace an analyst fully, it's too early. And if you go fast, but I wouldn't say that they replace it. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. So if you decide to sell it, open source will be over. So we're watching OpenPlace and we'll see when they get to BSC. So that's just, so could you tell me, closer to the microphone, Viberis is a big company, everybody knows it. Did you see that Viberis and Key can become a super important for the state, and we won't be able to use the product? And so where are you going to get? How it's going to be? For example, you get to the labor market or something like that. It's hard to answer this question because the company Viberis Rus, it covers quite significant percentage of it. We have great turnovers, so we have great financial indicators, and the company is in top, and it brings a lot of money to the state, and we don't know if they're going to take it or not. It's very hard to forecast it. I don't know how the regulator thinks about it. Have you thought about it? Are there any risks? And the risks are, yes, probably but I won't be able to answer this question, whether they're thinking about it or not. It's no comment. But the question is not bad. Thank you very much.
Сотрудники, понятно, что нужно аналитиков находить. Вы смотрите на
Clearly, they need to find analysts, and you look at the experience in the open source when you hire experts. Analytics a bit less, because for analysts it's just a tool. Doesn't matter if you know how to build a house. It doesn't matter what you're going to build it with. If it's going to be what the hammer you need to use for that. We need to look at them for analysts, and if they know how to build a house, no matter what the tools they're going to use. But as a rule, as practice shows us, if our candidates don't have any experience of working with open source, for them it's going to be very difficult to understand. And for engineers, minimal experience in open source, yes, it's mandatory. Okay, thank you very much. So the same decision about the gifts, right? Please get your gifts, the book, and thank you for coming at 10. So please, you woke up, great. And I would like to remind you that today we have the open source project fair. It starts at 1. Come, learn from maintainers how they develop their projects. And now we have a panel discussion, just a small preparation, and we'll continue. We'll continue discussion of how to use open source to ensure security.
занимательная дискуссия. Встречайте, Николай Исламов, T-Bank,
It's panel discussion. Nikolai Islamov, T-Bank, the head of application security.
А еще один спикер наш, это Саркис Нанян.
Our other speaker is Etis Amian from Ozon,
Инфраструктурной безопасности в Озоне.
the head of the infrastructure security.
И я, Антон Кутепов, Positive Technologies, занимаюсь.
And I'm Anton Kutepov, Positive Technologies. I expert of open source and development of the community.
Итак, наш трек называется «Проблемы использования».
Our track is called The Issues of Using Open Source for Ensuring Security. We would like to talk about different issues that exist, to continue what was our speaker was talking about, what is the best way to build security on open source, what the problems are, and how did you solve these problems. Our discussion will be divided into 3 parts. First, we'd like to talk about how to choose, how you see it when you approach a problem, then problems and how you use the problem, what is your experience of using it, and what are life hacks. And the third part, all the advice and tips we can give our audience. Let's start with the basic question. Nikolai, what are the goals in open source?
Раз. У нас культура в компании такая.
1, 2, 1, 2.
По большей части любим open source. Все задачи.
We just love open source and all the tasks that we need some surety and Kubernetes and database and SOC and AppSet, they're just all done in a proper way.
Есть ли какое-то, может быть, распределение, что какие-то области вы прям
There are some areas that are well controlled. Are you trying to tune them? Some other things. Do you prefer like vendor products? Vendors products, we give them in several places and expertise, and sometimes antivirus solutions, everything that has to do with CTI, and that's all we do and everything that vendor does. Mostly it's open source or our own solution. The previous speaker said, so we use a different technology. It's not we have vendors boxes. We use all enterprise solutions, Microsoft. You can't really go away from it. And maybe there are different ways they can use and quite close, and the big tech solutions they provide, and they have great expertise in technology, in some different languages of programming, and in some ways it's just easier for them to manage and fork them and maintain them and build some solutions on them. It's very similar, and some vendors also use it, and if we add it to where vendors may win, so yes, of course we support open source because it's expertise, and you need to find people who actually work on antivirus. So Ozon on the T-Bank, they don't need to T-Bank, they don't need to do antivirus. And I would add here spam and phishing, their models and big data and LCM protection, and they have database and attacks on different companies. So you can actually win due to a vendor who you studied, trained on different customers, and now they're doing really well.
Ну, то есть получается, что в целом, если говорить про экспертизу, вендор выигрывает и коробочное решение выигрывает.
Expertise and vendors and box solutions they win because if they have the coverage of different attacks, it's bigger, and they have big data they can analyze, and with a big they can find patterns, and a company can't do it on its own. I would add here this other thing. Open source, there were great questions from the previous presentation. Open source is not for free. This idea that you took it and it's not, we're using open source, but there are people and information security, they do it on top of open source so that it works. And they have to pay it because you pay salary to people who are actually supporting the project. For companies that are not as big, and like big ITs or big fintechs, maybe for them it's just easier to buy a vendor because they don't have to keep a team of people who will have proper expertise, because you have to find them in the market, you have to give them time to deploy it and to turn it into something ready to go. You just need to solve a certain problem with a certain solution, and you don't have to invent a bicycle here. I agree with you. So for SMEs, it's for them it's just easier to install a box and you get a quality product. For big business, oftentimes they encounter some limitations on vendor solutions. For what I mean, oftentimes we have a problem, and oftentimes we see that the cost of the license may go in space, like can soar, and we can't adopt solutions to our infrastructure. What I mean, for example, we buy a scanner, check marks, for example, and it's very hard to adopt it to our system of development, that we have our own. Runtime, GitLab, artifacts, everything that they need, it's in the single window, and in this window it's very difficult to integrate any box. In terms of integration and how convenient this is, oftentimes I hear that the problem of using vendor solutions, they can't be integrated with our crutches that we use. Do you think it's justified to design something for yourself, something very convenient, and then you realize that you can't get compatibility with some important tools, so we don't have such problem, right? Well, compatibility, you mean? Well, compatibility, probably not, but it depends. It's important point here. Everybody who is listening to me, there is no ready answer. What's better? It's open source or vendor? There is a goal, and there is a vendor. So what specialists you have? You have developers and what technologies they know, and depends on the context, because it's individually. You can't say that in this company we did open source and it will work in a different company. No, it's not going to work this way. I wouldn't say that we're quite representative of vendors, because we have two big volumes to work with. Sometimes you come to a vendor and we have 1 million RPS, and we can't do that, they say, and because you have no way out, you have to do it yourself, and that's just the only way. And there can be problems of compatibility, and especially if on the open source base you take it and you need to figure out how to sync with other services. But at the start, you have to make sure that at start you'll have to invest more effort. Nikolai, I would like to find out from you. Do you have any advice or criteria? How do you choose between different open source projects? Because there are alternatives. And what you look at, firstly, you mean between different open source tools? Okay, we'll look at how well it can be maintained. Developers, do they participate in its development? How they respond to different issues? How quickly they can fix bugs? Of course, the number of stars. And mainly, if the stack fits us, can we maintain it? Can we adopt it in our company? That's the most important thing. So when you look at the project, you look at the stack too, or some examples. When it's a great project, but you don't have good specialists, and you are looking for specialists for this project, like programmers. Well, I don't have such examples though, but we have a practical open sources. This is Python Goa. We have both developers. We don't look at other ones. It's better if we write it ourselves. 5 years ago, when I came to Ozon, we used SSO, and it was a key log, and it was standing out because it was written in Java, but we had Go expertise and 95% Python and front end. So, and it was quite painful, and one of the reasons why we changed this solution for another, because it was old technology, because it was quite painful to keep people who are doing certain tasks, who work in certain tasks, and it's very difficult to find such people in the market than the developers that can do it. So now that can be a reason that why we replace Sokovia Big Company. You said that did we hire developers for some stack technology? Yes, we did. We were writing our own host-based firewall, and we hired people who were experts in C and Rust. So we were lucky, we had those. So, scalability. Sarkis, could you tell us how you deal with this? How you resolve scalability problem with open source? Well, it depends on the project. When you say scalability, in other words, how is it failure free or and we growth of the infrastructure? That depends on the particular solution. It can be an open source project, but in fact it was developed from the open source by a giant like Google. And a year ago I was talking about ADM Proxy, and they had the internal solution, and most of the issues they resolved using just a box solution. And it was a good team of developers. They made a product that could cope with great loads. But if it's a product that has a problem with scalability, then there is not much to do. It's either you use this product or you have to replace it. And since we're not representative and we have a big tech company and we are building a highly loaded IT business, and Ozon service is closely tied to big loads, and our open source solution can be tied to it, so they'll help us to scale it. We had cases when we got stuck with SOCs and big databases, so our resources were not enough. We would get colleagues to help us, and they would train our team, and they helped us to scale up. I would agree. It depends on the solution. If we take Kuber, we have 500 nodes in cluster, so we can't launch more. You just launch 2, 3, 4 clusters, and they work properly. But there is unsuccessful experience with open source solutions. For example, Diffig Dodge. So we installed it. We put traffic through it, and it immediately crashed. And we wanted to rewrite it. We looked at the code, and the code was so faulty that rewriting would take a lot of time, a lot of effort, and so we decided to write our own ISPM, and this is how we got it last year. What about contribution and back? So if you take open source project and if you publish something, do you have a return contribution in this project. Yes, we have contributions. Oftentimes we send bugs in some scanners, and we send it to SyncRep, and they successfully receive them. We don't always use this particular method to contribution in open source. Sometimes we fork, and we just keep our own upstream. When we need to fix a bug or to add a small feature, and when we need to have a bigger base and to create our own stuff. But this upstream is private, right? Yes, it is private. And similarly, if we see a problem and we understand there's some sort of bug, that we're not the only ones that bump into it, so we can, it depends on terminology of the solution. It depends on maintainers, how quickly they can be engaged. But when I worked in SOC, there was a very popular project, Sigma. Even in Russia, they were trying to contribute to it and to add their contribution to it. And if we go to our own fork, because it was easier for us to fix it on our own. So how to do it?
Ведь mainline развивается, и фактически тогда у вас вы разъезжаетесь.
So mainline is developing, and you may have to incur a lot of costs. You have to agree with yourself, sort of, that you maintain the project as a whole, or if you have this possibility, then you need to do some sort of module solutions that it would be easier for you to move with kernel to an upgraded version of it. Maybe you'll have to rewrite some interfaces, connects, and APIs and stuff, but it's possible. If architecture solution actually allows you, yes, I absolutely agree with you, and if the solution that you get, and it's not, if it's written properly, if it's not some sort of second-hand solution. So when it's properly written, it's easier to maintain it, and it's not costly to get changes from the upstream. Or the other one, it's going to take you pains to figure it out on your own, and it's very difficult. Or you do your own thing and you keep developing, forgetting that it was a fork at some point. Contribution topic and working with open source projects. Everybody knows that open source, it's more about community. It's about how people get together. Could you tell us about your experience about the community in open source? Do you feel the strengths of the open source, and then you communicate to these people? Did you have cases when the community helped you?
Сложный вопрос, многогранный такой.
That's a complex question. We closely communicate with open source. We have our lab where we have a lot of open source. Also, open source community helps us. There are brilliant things there, and Linux, that it took them ages to get where they are now. And that's all the merit of the community. Yes, and answering the initial question, do we communicate to the community? No, because there is open source community, kind of local one in Russia, But specificity of cybersecurity is that all know-how they've come from the West. The companies that used to work with Google or somehow related to Google, and they open source something that they develop it inside, and they just give it to the public. And we as customers, we're consumers there, and this open source community usually is not in Russia, it's somewhere else. But oftentimes there are situations when we participate in such conferences or in foreign conferences. You may find somewhere, meet somewhere there, and there were situations where reporting cases and people were listening to us, and it was really great. An important point that our colleague said, that why open source is so good and why it's worth monitor it and look at it. If in Google all solutions are done, all the vendor solutions are bought, and everything is great, but some researcher or student may come up with something that before nobody thought of, and it can be quite simple, and they can share it. And based on this, people can share these enterprise solutions. In this sense, I like this term crowd wisdom when they actually help you to find a good solution. Nikolai. I wanted to add a little bit to it. It's called emergency effect, when synergy. This is when people together can give you a better solution. Let's move to this holy war topic. So what is more beneficial, how to calculate your P&L and what you can comment? Previous speaker said that you can convert licenses, the payroll, and you as a big tech company, with developers it's much easier for you. I would like to talk about it. In fact, with the previous speaker, he actually delivered this idea pretty well, how to calculate P&L. When it's beneficial for you or not, you have to decide what goal you would like to achieve and what result you need. And for that, you can look at the open source solution that is out there, and you can assess how much will cost you to implement it and how much will cost you to maintain this solution. The easiest thing is to calculate payroll. You calculate the number of people and expertise of people that you need, how much you're going to pay them. You multiply it by 12 months and you get the cost of it. And if you compare, and then you compare it with the license of a vendor. It's pretty simple calculation. And if you'd like to get an estimate. And here you need to take into account that whether you need to get a unique expertise that your company doesn't have. For example, Ozon,
руководство компании сказало: давайте мы экспертов по антивирусам наберем, это будет как-то очень странно.
The head of the security would go to the management and said, so let's hire people who are experts in antivirus programs. And so that would be irrational approach, that you spend your resources to come up with your own virus program. So I would say that's a pretty delicate issue. So when we're looking for a solution where it's EDR or to protect your email, we pilot vendor solutions, and we also find strong open source solutions, and we share it with our vendors, and we show them the difference of open source in their solution and how we assess the functionality of what they offer and the one that we need. And we have like a speedy solution, and then we choose out of them. And then the criteria of assessment is after the testing.
оценку с точки зрения
And
функциональной
then
возможности, оценку с точки зрения
we
стоимости
get the assessment from in terms of functionality and what it does and how it's going to be maintained in the future. You need to calculate not only deployment of it, because for open source, the hidden part of the iceberg is how you're going to maintain it, and you need to be very careful calculating this and understand the risks of it. Nikolai? With the formula, I agree with this. So you can calculate payroll and license, and you add there the cost of the infrastructure, where it's going to go, and depending on open source or self-made.
Достаточно простой, надежный способ. Единственное, мы не смотрим в первую очередь на P&L.
Actually, we don't look at P&L. For us, it's more important whether we want this expertise. Reliability is important, and scalability. This is what we look at, firstly. And secondly,
Ну, то есть получается,
so it turns out that
набирать своих разработчиков, если у вас большой штат.
it's more beneficial to hire your own developers if you have a team of developers, and Stack fits that. Yes, according to our experience, yes. What
Не будем сильно
risks of open source we have? We're not going to go too deep into this, so it's security of open source in general. What risks you have with information security open source? Do you have any examples? The risk that one of the viewers said, that analysis expertise, you can find a good product, you can invest into this product too much, and you can find and hire people who will be contributing to it. And of course, key risks, since it's products of information security, they are paranoid. And I'm paranoid from the point of view of the vulnerability of the solution, because it's going to be quite shameful if a company will be hacked through the information security solution. So you need to look at all the dependence chains and all open sources that you implement. You need to go through audit of it. You need to look at all the hygiene that you use, and you have to look at it very, very carefully. And don't think that somebody looked at the product thinking it's a priori safe. For example, for me, the biggest risk as a security expert when you miscalculated the cost for the project in the future. When you liked it, you see that solution actually resolves the issue you have, but then you can be prejudiced. You may miscalculate how much money you will need to support it and how many people you'll need for that. I really don't have anything to add. It looks like all risks are here on the surface. We spoke about them. This is vulnerability, license, conventions, and even in open source. Sometimes maintainer was changed, the owner of repository, and they added some backdoors to it. Security open source is not any different from others, so risks are the same. So if maintainer is tightening it up and if they're restricting the use of it, so did you have any cases? So what to do for the company in this way? So if they don't have a big staff of developers, they can engage in this. So there is no any miraculous way out of it. And it's quite a popular story, by the way, when a solution is put out there in open source. So first they let you use it for free, and then all of a sudden they add to the commercial part, and they sell licenses, they restrict the functionality, limit functionality, and there is a simple way out. You either accept the rules of the game and you play according to rules of the company and you buy the license. And sometimes when open source becomes commercial, they have kind of grading of the license, and it's cheaper anyway than vendors because it's a new solution. Or then you say, I'll hire developers who will support the fork of the solution. Or you say, I don't need this solution. solution, I'll go and buy the ready solution that will meet my needs, and it's going to be cheaper for the company. Well, actually, there's no way out. Nikolai, you were saying about the same thing. So you were designing your own solution. How you make decisions, what you want to give to the public or what you're going to develop within the company? The criteria are very simple. We release to the public what can be useful for the community and what we're satisfied with within the company. When the maturity of the product is there and we are ready to share it with the community. Some unfinished or unfinished products and some solutions that we can still work on, we don't bring up there. But the maturity of the code and the fact that you can use the solution, this is the main thing. Why would you post something that similar solutions exist for? Because in our case, in big fintech, tech companies and ITs, we usually deal with tasks that are quite specific for us, and we look at what other companies can provide similar to us. There are some companies that say, yes, when we become big, so we may use what you have, or it can be some sort of know-how. And initially, the approach was built, so we're enterprise, but we'll do it from scratch. If from scratch you decide to be a company that supports this level of the openness, then it's easy. But if you're so great as Ozon or some T-Bank, you have to rebuild completely and spend time and to bring to open source and then to continue with the open source. It's difficult. And why? Why would you do that? And also a certain culture within the company. We also use this path, and we started that when we have most of repositories private and closed. Now it's been 4 or 5 years when we have a different scheme. Everything is open, everything is accessible, anybody can come, anybody can contribute to a neighboring project or some other one. So I think it's like an interim state. So you have to set up an open source within your community, and then you can go public and contribute it. It's actually a great idea of internal open source community. Sometimes in your company, your own employees, they come with initiatives of projects, and before that we're discussing how the company looks at solutions of their problems using open source. But there is also this power that comes from your employees down up, from bottom to the top. They're looking, they can spend their time, they can find time for new projects and contribute to the projects that you work on. As security expert, I in open source community is board, a member of it, and we always get ideas from people who want to disclose something in public open source. Sometimes it's like stream technologies, so some languages, some libraries, some cool things, and everything that has to do with AI. And we have pretty strong AI center, and we have a lot of developments there. And Ozon, we have a process and procedure of going through review and requests to get to open source, and it works from bottom up. And then we have public repository of Ozon and GitHub. There are solutions that we open source, and there is a solution FileZ, and we developed it on open source, and transport logs of AD. If some of you are familiar with Vector, it's the same thing. So, but it's more effective than Vector, and we have in SOC.
Open-source мы тоже
we
производим.
use it, and we use this as an open source solution.
Не так много решений, которые ты можешь вынести, которые
There are
действительно
not so many solutions that you can bring up to the public community. They saw that there are not similar solutions, and they decided to resolve the problem of speed and load. And big companies actually do it too. They bring these perks to the public, and it's not just to motivate their own employees, but actually it's great for the brand of the company to show the people what they can do, and they share it. From the point of view of organization within the process, Nikolai said that you have a certain body that deals with open source. So we call it Open Source Program Office. So what about you? It's the people who just come together and they make a decision. Maybe I a bit overdid it when I said it's a committee or like a board. No, it's just a person who likes open source. He's responsible for it in the company, and there are a few more people of adjacent departments that they, for example, when they need to control what vulnerabilities they have. So there is no like a special body that deals with that. Yeah, the same thing. We have an instruction. We open projects in open source, you learn about it, you read the application, so you go through audit of information security, and then they bring it to outsource and maintain it. It's not that difficult as it may seem, when you actually have an understanding that the solution is ready to go. Today we spoke about solutions that are easier to buy from vendors and which are not worth doing yourself. But in your view, what do you think we are lacking? What projects you'd like to see, the project that you'd like to implement in your company? You mean from open source? Yes.
То есть, например, у вас есть какой-то пул проблем, вы такие, вот...
For example, you have a list of problems that you need to solve, and you look at vendors. Well, let me say, all of you remember the story when in 2022, when Microsoft left the country, one of the risks was, what if Microsoft decides to block all solutions in Russia? And my dream was that at some point there will be open source solutions of a high level in order to support a catalog. And because what we have today, it's very weak.
Очень вот существует вот этот vendor-lock, и Microsoft
there is this vendor lock, and Microsoft took this position, and nobody. Well, there are some Western solutions that you can use instead of Active Directory, but except them, there is no any analog that could work with the same parameters, with the same pool of your working stations, and perform the function of catalog. We have self-written solutions here that can do that. The SIDM, central system of accounts. The answer is simple.
Те же EDR-продукты антивируса, было бы прикольно, что когда-нибудь появилась и open source.
Antivirus products, it would be great that they would have open source solutions that vendors wouldn't be slack, and at some point vendors are doing it, and if sometimes they can bring up something free and it actually stimulates development for vendors and for open source. For big tech, one of the criteria when they chose us, when we were buying vendors, L7 for protection with maximum flexibility. We would like to control it fully, because in case of incidents and there is an emergency in the company, we have quite a strict time to fix it. So if something crashed, you have only minutes to restore the situation. When you have a box, when you can't really control it in any way, and you're sitting waiting for support to call you, and when support will respond to your request, it demoralizes you, and you see that you don't have control over your own infrastructure. To have open source analog of all the vendor solutions, it'd be really great that you have choice, that you can invest and you can develop your open source.
Насчет винды, кстати, немного офф-топа. Мы встали на путь отказа полного от
Windows. Off-top. So we decided to get rid of Microsoft. We have a map of what to replace with what. In a couple of years we can meet and we can discuss that. We have a similar one, but right now it looks very complex and very costly. But we decided to move forward this way, to get rid of Microsoft and to see some better products in open source, some mature products, everything that Microsoft has. And if we're talking about information security, we have a lot of developments that we didn't manage to find quality ones in open source. So we had to develop our own. We host-based firewall. We also... These are the main things that we're working on. And I agree with you. When a colleague was answering this, in fact, to implement the solution and develop solution, it's not that difficult. But what is the strength of open source is a community. And I think when they collect the expertise from people from all over the world, these are the rules, correlations and stuff. For example, when MITRE showed up there and everybody was talking about it all the time, because people with a collective mind, they came up with a list of techniques that the attackers use, and they described it. And I think this is the power of open source that is not fully realized. So if you take EDRs of open source, they give the code of agents that you launch, and the rules are very scarce, and to contribute together in the number of rules of detecting some strange things, or detectors for antivirus, or the models that can detect it. I think it's an open question for open source, and you can deal with this, you can share it, and I think it would be great. I mean that open source allows you to learn from collective experience and the data of many people. This is what the big vendors have. I probably have a different opinion. That's probably the only matter where we think differently. So I'm fighting for vendors. So in terms of rules of correlation and static analyzers and dynamic analyzers, I would disagree with you, because community has a very broad view. When the company has a very specific one, the vulnerabilities are quite specific, and the technology is limited, and everything that they will write in the open source, oftentimes you don't need it, and oftentimes it's of a bad quality. That's why we decided to move along differently. We select what we find in public, but we actually put more effort in developing our own rules of, say, correlation or other ones. So we have processes when post factum we found some vulnerability, we dig and find where it happened, and we write a rule for a certain tool. There are proactive processes. For example, we see that our tech radar, we see that the technology is growing, our framework. We go there to study it, we see what errors it has, and then we proactively write rules for our tools. There is no point to take what we have in public. This is what we decided. It's easier to write for yourself, from yourself. Okay, let's not go away. It's great to share what you wrote, and you need to all repositories with rules. There is YAM with a class of solutions, and I'm a person who worked in SOC. From me, the box CM for big tech, to buy it just for the sake of correlation, no point. 99% of those rules won't work in your infrastructure because you're big and you need to make them more concrete for yourself. But to share it with the community, like Micro, they wrote techniques, and people can choose what can be applied to them or adapted to themselves. Somebody wrote a basic detect and how to detect it for admin and for Active Directory, so we kind of forgot about it. It's a good knowledge library for starting some new open source. So what's written there is very important. You need to put it through a person, and you need to find the risks that are not applicable to you. Say you take repository with correlation rules for Microsoft and you don't have Microsoft, so why would you take it? And that's why I don't like this top 10, because they're going to hack you through the 11th vulnerability. So you need to know your company and what you protect in your company. And top 3 from each of you, top 3 open source projects that you think are great in information security. So what comes to your mind? That's a good question. SimGrep. Yes, it's great. OSQuery. It's an example how you can make an agent to collect telemetry, and if it's a platform, you can take it and use it.
Мне нравится инфраструктура Кубера вся. Там очень много.
I like all the Kuber infrastructure. There are many tools, security tools. Cilium, for example. It's a great solution for that.
Ну, кстати, вот мы говорили про EDR, даже Velociraptor.
Depository. When we're talking about IDR, Velociraptor is like an ideal solution. It's a great thing for SMEs, and it's free. When you take it and you have some EDR that you can work on. I like ClusterFast from Google for fuzzing. Sadly, we didn't manage to implement it in our company, and only because our runtime infrastructure was a bit tricky, and adaptation of ClusterFuzz was very expensive. It was cheaper to write our own. So that's another story of non-success and a good solution. See, the specificities are very different. So here more about SOC infrastructure. Sorry, with EDR, Google sooner than Velociraptor, they opened open source something response. This is what they released. It's EDR. It's the internal development that they shared, and many people used it, and it was great.
Да, да. Коллеги, у нас за вопрос на панели дискуссий также будет ценный подарок в виде книги, так что если...
So for the panel discussion, for the question, we have a good present, a great book. So you can ask your questions to experts. Thank you for the opportunity to ask a question. I'm not to get the book. And I would like you to argue about this statement. In Russia, they say, if in the West they buy products in IT and then they pay for maintenance and they use service of the company, the producer of the product. Here in Russia, If they do it like this, let's take it something from open source. So we hire our own people who will be maintaining it, and we'll develop something of our own. And as a result, all companies they keep building bicycles, so to speak. So what do you think about it, and what is your approach? Maybe you disagree with this. Maybe you have some hybrid solution. I understand the question. I would answer it like this.
ИБ-продуктов у нас произошел вот в последние годы.
Information security boom, it's happening right now because Western products are not accessible anymore. So when you have a ready-to-go solution, and the big companies and the Western companies like Microsoft, they used to use open source. I would say this: it's not that we are like crazy about open source and want to use it and we write about it, but at the point we were starting it, there was no vendor that could actually meet our requirements, and because of that, we had to do it this way. When we compared what is available in the market, didn't meet our needs, and that's maybe we're not a good example because we have very high demands. And the statement that everybody is designing kind of the same bicycle, I'd say that if big tech companies, they sat together, and if you look at them, they're so different, all the solutions. For example, Ozon, this is marketplace. We encounter incidents and risks of a particular kind. For example, T-Bank, it's more like bank. Ozon has a bank, okay, fine. But if you forget about Ozon Bank, so T-Bank is a T-Bank, and so they have more risk of their own. And they have a different story and the model of threats, and that's why the EDR is completely different. And if we started writing from this from scratch, it would be different. So threat models are different, but tools pretty much the same. Control plane are going to be different, but the kernel itself will be very similar. So if it's window infrastructure, then we don't use it anymore. So what else to add here? I don't know. I understand it, and it's interesting approach, and usually, in fact, it's the nature of IT landscape is that companies, they have to hire people. Then another question: you are clients of such companies as Positive Technologies, Kaspersky Lab, that buy information security products. So you set the tone. Any order you want to make and you want us to fulfill. So you want us to give you the opportunity to write all the rules for catching attacks, or you want us to give you box solutions ideal and customize it for you and provide you the better service. So what level of control you'd like to have and would be ideal for you? I think the ideal mix would be when you write something of your own and then you take open source as a core, some scanning features and stuff, and then you enrich it with your analytics. It's very important. Us or you, we won't be able to give it as much as you can, for example. For example, you write some control plane to control it. So why it's important in our view? In this case, we can change the core, and it will meet the requirements of scalability in terms of reliability and scalability. So we'll find our engineers who know how it works, and we'll train them how to use this open source. So this open source approach and control plane, so I think it's ideal in my view. I'd say that if you choose from what you said, any business wants to buy something ready to go, but usually it's not the way it happens. And that's why when we want to get something from a vendor, we want to buy an expertise that we don't have. As I said, antivirus, and with specificity and heuristics, we don't want to touch that. For example, we buy L3 protection. How it works within food, it's not interesting for us. For us, it's important that it works with this. So the story with L3 protection. Actually, L7 is a good example. When it's a box solution, can fail you because it doesn't meet your specifics. And if you're unable to control it and if it's not flexible enough for you to control, then it's not going to work. Where it's possible to use a box solution, then it's great. But for us, it's very important that we could, if needed, we could add something or get rid of something. We need to understand what's going on in that box. Listening to the position of your colleagues and the person who is responsible for product and expertise, so you, Anton, what do you think? What should we do? We should have the open expertise and with a commercial core, so to speak, or we should be like an open core and secret know-how. And it's a disputable matter because I'm more for technology competition. Sarkis didn't say that all these detections that vendors hide. For example, today you didn't publish your detection and your colleague will be researching and will publish it and contribute to the community. Colleagues say that you want to develop their own technology and they have their own customer experience. Say other companies, they can't hire experts of the same level and they won't be able to, say, add new things to the box solution. So it's different for each company. So summing up, what if companies that use information security products, if we give you open SDKs so that you could go inside our engine and the engine does some specific task in information security, and it will give you open SDK, you can write your own rules, automate something in your infrastructure, you can go as deep as possible in the specifics, and you can actually see the source of it. For some solutions, it's great. For example, WAF. Stack technology is very particular. This solution should be integrated with a proxy. And in order to make it integrated and not to... It didn't slow and didn't freeze, so we probably gonna do it better because we have more experts for that. In other case, when we want to buy a service, so just give us the service and how it works, we don't care. Just so it doesn't affect our applications, it can crash our work. So let it work the way it works. So this dialogue with vendor, I think, why we have what we have. There are big companies and vendors, they design their solutions for a bigger market. And the market dictates the conditions. And such big companies like ours, we're sort of outside of the market. And that's okay. We just need to live with this. The time is up. Thank you very much for a very interesting talk. If you have questions, people can come to the stage and ask these additional questions to you. Thank you very much.
немножечко технического хардкора и даже будет демо. Встречайте.
Now it's going to be technical hardcore, and it will be a demonstration as well. So welcome our presenter, our speaker.
Всем добрый день. Меня зовут Георгий Кучерин, и я занимаюсь
Hello everyone,
исследованиями
my
сложных
name is
угроз в
Georgi
глобальном
Kucherin.
центре исследования и
I am
анализа
researcher
угроз
of
лаборатории Касперский
complex
лаб. На протяжении более 15 лет
threats
мы открываем
in
мировому
Kaspersky
сообществу
Lab.
кибербезопасности глаза
Over
на
15
инновационные
years,
способы
we are
заражения
opening eyes
уязвимости нулевого дня в популярных продуктах, а также ранее
of the
неизвестных
society,
смертоносных программ.
of the community.
Но помимо нашей
We open
авторской деятельности,
their eyes to the
также
threats we
развиваем
have.
проект,
We also
который
developed
связан с
different
тем,
projects,
чтобы
several
сделать
projects
анализ угроз для сообщества
that help us
более
to make
простым
the
и
analysis
доступным.
of threats easier
Один
and
из таких
simpler
проектов
and more
это наш
available.
плагин
And one of such
HRTNG
projects, this is
для
our
среды реверс
plugin
инжиниринга IDA
HRTNG
это
для
сокращение от
IDA
Hash
Pro.
Next Generation. И цель этого плагина это упростить
And
и ускорить
goal
процесс
of this
реверс
plugin
инжиниринга, в
is
особенности
to
вредоносных программ.
simplify and to accelerate the process of reverse engineering. But before I show you how it does it, I will tell you about this history of this plugin. We started developing in 2016 with my colleague, reverse engineer Sergey Belov, very experienced engineer. He decided to make this internal fork of Hextrace tools. That was Milan Bahachik was developing this tool over many years. They were adding different capabilities to it. They were the capabilities that we were lacking for reverse engineering. For example, deciphering data or deobfuscating the code. And last year, we posted this project under license GPL v3 that gives the community a chance to copy the code, to change it, and to post changes they made. They can do it freely. And since we started the development of the project till we published it, many years passed, 8 years, and by the time the project was published, there were more than 40 capabilities, and now there are more of them. And now we had to do a lot of work about refactoring of the code, because such projects that are used as tools for in security, speed plays the key role. The faster you do the reverse engineering of the malware, the faster you write the report and you send it to community and they learn about it. Vulnerabilities, the faster you do analysis of the code, the sooner you'll do the proof of concept. And so the work on refactoring was quite complex. And we did it well, because when we published our plugin and we sent it to annual competition of Hextrace for developing IDA, and this year this plugin won the first place in the competition. And today, to show you how this plugin can help reverse engineer I would like all of us to analyze commercial spy software, FinSpy, and this FinSpy in the industry of virus analysts, they know about it. There's a code of this is very tangled. There are lots of obfuscations.
Windows, macOS, Linux, iOS, Android и даже кнопочные телефоны BlackBerry. Но сегодня мы будем анализировать этот образец, один из образцов этого ПО для Windows. Итак, давайте переключимся на виртуальную машину. И вот у нас в директории наш образец. Давайте в первую очередь посмотрим на байты этого образца. Для этого я воспользуюсь утилитой hexdump. hexdump-c.
I use utility hexdump sample and I use utility less to bring here first bytes. And what we see here, we see first bytes 4D, 5A. These are first bytes of Windows. MZ, the first bytes, and based on what we see, we can we deal with the file for Windows. Let's put this file in IDA. So I open it in IDA.
Выбираю директорию с образцом.
So I choose a directory with the sample.
Вот в этом окне IDA просит нас выбрать тип файла.
And in this window, IDA asks us to take the file.
Как исполняемый файл для Windows. Мы можем лишь загрузить файл как
We can take the binary file, and we don't have any choice just to do it. We press OK.
Здесь нажимаем «Да». И теперь нам нужно подождать, пока идет автоанализ файла.
We click on yes here and wait for the automated analysis of the file. Please show me the hands those of you who deals with product engineering on a daily basis. Great.
Автоанализ у нас закончен.
The auto analysis is over,
Вот у нас байты нашего файла.
and here are the bytes of our file.
Я имею дело с
45A. When I work with these files, I always prefer to make sure if the first bytes of the file are disassembled. If we need to transform that into code, we will see assembling instruction here.
Вывод из этого мы можем сделать.
So, what can we conclude from that? Our sample is not an executable file for Windows. It only comprises a raw assembling code. These files are called shell codes. And when we see such an assembling code, we should assign the flag showing that it's an executable. That's what we do for that. The editing window pops up, and we check out execute, write and read. Now, let's proceed to code analysis to analyze the code that we see, namely these first instructions. The first two instructions, if we look at them, we will see 4D and 5A. These instructions don't mean anything per se. They are only needed to disguise the executable as an executable Windows code. For instance, if it's executed by an automated utility, it's executed incorrectly. As to the other values, they have one in L register and A is written into the stack. Now let's have a look at further instructions, namely these ones.
Мы здесь видим для начала присвоение констант.
To begin with, we see that constants are assigned here, ECX and EBX. If we go further, we will see this interesting sequence of instructions. The FLDZ and IFSENV are executed, and something is assigned to the register from the memory, like ESP10H. And we don't understand at a glance what's stored in there. That's why we need to analyze the first two instructions, and they can give us an answer to the question. FLDZ writes constant 0 to the mathematical coprocessor stack. And the second one, FSENV, allows writing the status of this component. It's minus C and minus 10. Should these values be together, we need to understand what kind of status is it. For this, we can consult the documentation for x86 architecture, where this information is presented like this. What can we do? We can transform this information into a C structure, which will look like this. Now, if we know that our status is based on ESP-1C address, we can calculate the offset of each field here, and we will find out that it contains FIP, and according to the documentation, this structure field contains the address of the most recent floating point instruction executed. This is our FLDZ of the instruction. In fact, we have the shellcode address written in order to get this address. It is the value of the LP register. Now, if we go further, we will see that 1D is added to EDI, and here we are with the following figure. We see the XOR and draw instruction here, and our encryption key is stored in BL. This is this register, and this is the value. As far as the quantity of data is concerned, here it is in the ECX register, and the operations themselves, they are operations on EDX values. If we scroll down, we'll see these weird instructions with unclear constants. They mean nothing. It's just rubbish. What can we do about them? We can define them as just data. If we look at those data, we will see just random bytes. And we can conclude that it's something encrypted, and the decryption takes place here. In order to go on with our analysis, we need to decrypt what's used by the malware, and it can be done in different ways. Some people do it with IDA Python scripts. Some other people download decrypted data to the disk to come up with a third-party program which can be C-based, for example, or it can be based on any other language. Today, we will be decrypting with the use of Lavina DHRD, HRTNG. It uses a lot of encryption algorithms that are used by the malware. Besides, this feature is heavily integrated with IDA. For instance, if we need to specify the encryption key which is stored inside the analyzed file, we can only specify the file. It will be retrieved and perform the decryption. Let's see how it works in practice. To begin with, we will select all the encrypted bytes, Alt plus L, and here we are in the end of the encrypted payload, and we can define this payload as an array. We click on Shift plus asterisk, and here we click on enter, and here we are with the array.
Нажимаем
We're in the very beginning of the array. We right-click
выбираем decrypt data.
and select decrypt data.
Нам необходимо выбрать алгоритм
In
шифрования.
this pop-up, we have to select our encryption algorithm. The algorithm is called custom.
Свой собственный алгоритм в наш плагин
By the way,
очень просто. Для этого
It's very easy to add your own algorithm. You open this .cpp and add the implementation of the algorithm based on C or C++.
у нас алгоритм.
And these two lines represent our algorithm.
Нам необходимо
What's
указать
next?
количество байт,
We
которое
need to
необходимо
specify the number of bytes to be decrypted. The plugin automatically retrieves it from IDA, and we also need to guess to tell the encryption key. We saw it before in the EBX repository.
нажимаем на ОК.
Register.
Плагин нам предлагает
We
вписать
click on OK, and the plugin suggests that we
мы это делаем.
write the decrypted data
Если мы
to the
хотим
database.
вводить просто данные,
We do it, and now if we transform this array into data and define it as code, we will see decrypted instructions.
мы можем продолжить дальше анализ.
And we can continue now analyzing the
У
code.
нас здесь исполняется инструкция, которая осуществляет прыжок. Условно,
Here,
в зависимости
the instruction is analyzed that's responsible for this transition. If the AL is not 0 and GNZ is 0, we are switched to this instruction. If we scroll up, we will see that the register has the 1 value. Then we move here and then here,
и здесь надо внимание обратить
and here we are with another assembling code, and we have to note the first 3 instructions.
эти инструкции очень часто встречаются.
Move EDI, push EBP, and nov EBP. They are the
Соответственно, мы можем взять и определить,
forward of the function.
как функция.
We can define those instructions for our function. We click on P, and now we can decompile the code.
Если мы посмотрим, что у нас здесь есть интересного, то
If we look at what we have here of interest, we will see this function, A9D8. Let's dig into it.
второй аргумент — это
We see that the second argument is a pretty large number.
возвращаемое значение этой функции.
Besides, if we look at what's returned by the function, we will see that it's a pointer to another function.
Используется, чтобы
Look, V32 is used to call another function.
взглянем
Now,
вовнутрь этой функции.
let's look into this function.
Сразу видим некую работу со структурами.
We'll immediately see some work on structures
0x3c,
that
0x70.
regulate this 03C and 038 offsets.
Файлами для Windows с их внутренней структурой.
If you have ever worked with Windows executables, you will immediately recognize these offsets.
Для того, чтобы получить еще одно смещение,
03C is used to get another offset
а смещение
for the e-header, and 078 is used to get an offset for the export area.
файла.
And here we see some work on P file headers.
Смотрим, что у нас здесь есть еще.
Now, if we scroll down,
Здесь вот такая вот функция
we
A924.
will see this function here, A924, with this small algorithm with a constant ED to 8320.
Проводить реверс инжиниринг следует запомнить. Она очень популярна.
You should remember it, memorize it if you're engaged in re-engineering.
Вот такую константу.
E32 is used for caching, so if you enter this constant, you will immediately understand that it's about 32.
В файле есть действие, которое позволяет
Therefore, in our executable, we have some action allowing to work on headers and calculate the hash sum.
реверс инжиниринга, то
If you have an analyst with reverse engineering experience, they will immediately understand that API hashing is used here. This technique
скрытно вызывать
is about calling API functions or library functions in a concealed manner without mentioning them in the code. It works as follows. For example, we want to call this function anti-protect virtual memory. For this, we compute CRC32, and during the runtime of the malware, we do iterations for all API function names. We take each function name and calculate its CRC32 hash. And we do it until we come up with the function having previously computed hash, which is 0x70417. Which means that we have identified the address of the required function. This technique is quite often used by malware. That's why we provide for capability to counter it efficiently. Our plugin also implements algorithms that are heavily used by malware, such as Murmur32 and others, and I'm going to demonstrate how this feature can be used. For this, we return to the function with these huge values. These are our hashes. Now we click here and select Turn on AP hash stun. Here we go for CR32 and click on OK. And now we need to import data type libraries that are used by Windows. We click on Shift plus F11 and then insert and write MSSDK Win10. This is the name of the MSSDK library, and we need to import it with native API functions. We click on Insert and enter NT-API _Win10. Once we've done it, we can click on F5, refresh our decompiler, and with this we'll see that the names of our variables have been changed for function names, which can be called with API hashing. What else is important? IDA, by using plugin, has managed to restore the number of function arguments. It's a very convenient technique. Having done that, we don't need to look into the documentation again in order to understand what's done by argument 3, for example, in our function.
Давайте посмотрим дальше, что делает эта функция.
Let's go further to find out what this function does. And we'll see a very interesting cycle here, which is about comparing to find a signature. We see that they are MZ and P signatures. You should read these names in a reverse manner, which is the signature of one of the headers in the P file. Let's remember, we have already seen this MZ signature. We know that these first bytes are our initial instructions with MZ. If we scroll down, we'll see our P bytes, which means that it's a P signature, which is being looked for by the malware. What can we do? We can try and understand, is it really a P header or something else? And we mentioned P headers before. We need to import IDA to the structure of P headers. We click on a structure. Here we push on Insert, Add Standard Structure, and here we enter image underscore NT, which is the name of P headers in Windows. Then we click on OK, then Alt plus Q, and select the structure. As you can see, our structure has been applied to the bytes.
На значение этой структуры, которая
And if we look at the value of the structure which is being loaded, we will see
вполне себе здесь валидные данные, это никакой не мусор.
that we have valid data here, it's not rubbish, which means that the structure was applied correctly.
У нас происходит при помощи этого файла загрузка
In other words, with this file,
в память.
we download our, we load our malware sample to the memory. Since we failed to achieve that with IDA, now we have to do it manually.
Чтобы это сделать, нам необходимо два шага исполнить.
For this, we need to carry out two steps.
Этот наш
Firstly,
называемый файл,
we need to load our payload to the correct address. And this address is in the file is called image base. And I'm going to show it to you now. This is our image base field, and here is its value, which is 4000.
адресу 0. Нам нужно
And now we're going to send it to the 0 address.
segments, rebase program.
We click on Edit Segment
Я беру и вставляю
and Simulate
значение
Program.
1000.
And I copy and paste this value here. And now we have our correct loading address.
У нас API функции
Now we need to understand
нашим образцом вредоносной программы.
which API functions are used by our malware sample.
Файлов, которые называют
Usually this information is the structure of P file headers is called import directory. I'm going to demonstrate it to you right now.
листнем ниже.
If we scroll down,
Мы здесь видим поле структуры, которое называется Data
we
Directory.
will see the structure field that's called data directory. There are 16 data directories like this.
Она имеет
The one that's of interest to us has index 1. These indices are 0, and here is index 1.
124.0c.
And this number 124.0c is used
Структуры с
as an offset
об импорте.
in the memory for the import information structure. It's called relative virtual address.
Эту информацию мы должны
In order to switch to this information,
400 тысяч
we need to add to our base address this particular number, 124C.
получится что-то вроде 4.
We do it, and that's what we expect
Вот у нас информация
for
о
1240C. And here is our import information.
Давайте я вам покажу.
Before we get down to analyzing it, I'd like to show you some trick
Смещением.
which will help you to switch between these offsets with no computation,
Адреса
to make them clickable as addresses.
со структурами.
For this, we go for structures
Определение структуры Image Data Directory.
and see
В ней
how our image D directory is defined here.
таки в ней содержится это смещение.
And the virtual
Ctrl-R.
address
Yes.
is exactly what we need.
У нас
We click on yes here, and here we are with this window. We need to make sure that this line is checked out.
нажимаем на
Use image base as offset base. We click on OK, and once we've done that, we see that our IDA
комментарий.
has marked our structure field with the offset RVA comment. Now, if we return to IDA,
Стало кликабельным.
we will see that this offset has become clickable.
На этот адрес нажать и
We can click on this address
это
and get information about imports.
массив структур, которая
This information is an array of structures that are called import descriptors. In other words, we carry out the same
файла. Мы открываем
actions that we carried out with the API file header.
добавить структуру
We go for structures, click on Insert, Add Structure,
и выбираем image
and select Image underscore Directory. And again, image underscore import,
descriptor.
and import again underscore descriptor. And here we are with our descriptor.
Дело с массивом дескрипторов импортов. И мы должны вот эти вот байты превращать в структуру дескриптора.
And here we're dealing with the descriptor imports.
Полностью нулевыми значениями. Сейчас
And then we need to get a structure with all the zero values. And let me tell you what it is. Let's we click Alt Call, and we change the structure, and we see there are non-zero values. And we do the same until we see fully null structure, zero structure. There are many of them.
И вот у нас дескриптор с полностью
And here we have a descriptor with a completely zero information. In these structures, we have information about those library functions that we get from the information system, from the operation system. And now let's compare the result that we received with what is written in the documentation on the executable files of Windows. If we look at the structure of Windows, we can see that the first stump will show you the names of imported functions. But in our case, for some reason, instead of information about the names, we have zeros. There is a question why. And here it's worth mentioning, yet we are dealing with the PE file structure. This example is not purely executable file, PE file. It's a shell code, and what the hackers did, they purposely damaged the imports. And information about imports not in the first field of the structure, it's somewhere else. In order to understand where it is, now we need to analyze other fields of the structure, the ones that are not zero. That's the last and the one before the last. And these are fields, this is offset in the memory. Let's repeat the life hack that we did before. Let's do the structure. So we have image descriptor. We Control R, yes. We have window in which we see use image based is on, and we click OK. The same we do with the last one of field of the structure, Control R. We see that the tick is there, and we see it's OK. Then, if we look at what's in the fields, we can see that everything is OK with the previous field. There should be a name of the library that the function is imported from. But if we look at the last field, then we'll see some unclear data. And the last field is called first chunk. It should have addresses of the functions. We put the address of the function that we get from the operation system as a result of processing imports. But if we try to define this information as 32-bit value that is equal to the size of the addresses, then you can see IDA defines these constants. It assigns names of the functions to them. If we open a different field, here we also see the pointers to different functions. Here we can see types. And what we are dealing with here, as I said, the structure of imports are damaged, and malware uses a non-standard algorithm of downloading in order to determine imported functions. These constants that we saw before, there are CRC 32 hashes from the names of the functions. We can see here at AT hashing technique, and what the loader does, they take a number, each hash, and they determine what function matches this hash. And instead of hash, it writes the address of the function. Let me show you how it works. So let's launch as A5C44C50. So the loader decided that this is a hash equal to anti-query information process, and this number is overwritten as address of this function. The same with the other functions, so the number and overwritten, number overwritten, and so on. HRND, so when we started to rewrite in this as constant, we were automatically restoring the names and types of arguments. We can see the functions that are behind the numbers, restored names and types of arguments. Now, when we finished downloading the executable file, so what to do with its point of entry. So it's the first user's function that is executed when PE file is downloaded. Then offset in the memory to this function. It is in PE title, and it's called address of entry point. Let's try to find it.
Вот адрес of entry point.
Address of entry point. Here it is.
Вот это число смещения.
Here's the number.
Опять же, пользуемся тем же лайфхаком. Мы его
We use the same life hack.
правильный адрес. Берем
We put it to the clickable address. We take the field of the structure. We find image optional header. This is what contains the address of entry point. We control R. Yes, we see that the check is there, and we click OK.
Переходим. Вот у нас.
So we move
И так как это у нас мы имеем
to the address.
то логично его
So if we're dealing with the function, so it's proper to see it in function.
Но если мы это сделаем,
We
то мы видим, что
click
IDA подкрасила
P, and we can see that
вот здесь вот.
IDA colored the addresses here,
Это значит, что она не
our
смогла
numbers
определить
in red, which means
эти инструкции
he
как
didn't manage
функцию.
to define this
И
instructions
чтобы
as
решить
functions.
проблему, нам необходимо
And to understand what's the
проанализировать
problem is,
эти функции. Что мы
we
здесь
need to
видим?
determine the code of the
Здесь
function.
видно, что
And what
значение
interesting here,
регистров ESI
we
и
see
ECX
that
вот
the
в этих
values of the registers
выкладываются на стеке.
ESI and ECX,
И немедленно дальше
they're like
мы видим,
this.
что с
And then
регистром ESI делаются очень много
we see with
математических
ESI
операций.
registry, they do a lot of mathematical operations,
Ну, очень много.
adding, deducting,
Если мы пролистем на
multiplying,
конец
many
этих
of them.
операций,
If we get to the end of these operations,
листаем, мы
so we
увидим,
list it,
что после
we can see
исполнения у
that
нас исполняются
after
инструкции
they're
pop
executed,
ECX и pop ESI. Соответственно, что мы имеем? У нас значение
we
регистров
have
ECX и ESI
re-
сохраняется на стеке.
the values of the registers ESI and ECX, there are some very strange operations done, and then the value ESI just taken off from the stack, and as a result of mathematical operations, we lose it because it's not used anywhere. And that's why these operations are not needed. They were added to the code as garbage
Средства анализа.
in order to obfuscate the tools of analysis. And what we need to do, we need to signal to IDA that these
не делает ничего.
functions don't do nothing. So, and then we replace it with an NOP function. And
Что мы делаем?
in our plugin, there is a very
Все
convenient function for that. We take all the garbage instructions that go from the beginning of the instructions. We do Alt-L,
Делаем, начиная с инструкции SBB. Первая математическая операция.
first mathematical operation,
Скроллим вниз до конца.
SBB. So we scroll it to the end to highlight all of them, the operations that we don't need.
Вот у нас закончились операции.
So operations are
Что мы
over.
делаем? Мы нажимаем
And what we do,
Patch
we
Program,
click Edit,
Fill Knobs.
Fill
Нажимаем
knobs.
OK. И
We
вот
click
у нас
OK.
инструкции заменились на
And here
knobs.
instructions are replaced with knobs.
Давайте посмотрим, что дальше.
When we
Дальше у нас выполняется
deleted
переход на
the
лайфхак
garbage
инструкции.
code, then
Если мы посмотрим,
it
что там написано, то
gets to
увидим
this instruction.
с вами
If we see what's written there, then we see
переходов
here the couple
GA,
of
GBE, GZ,
conditional
GZ,
transitions
GO, GNO, и там таких много.
and many others.
Давайте внимательно посмотрим на эти переходы.
Let's look
Мы можем
at
видеть,
these
что они идут
transitions.
парами. И
We can see that they
каждой
go in
паре
couples, in
переходы
pairs.
противоположные.
And each pair,
GZ
the
прямой,
transitions
если
are
ноль. GZ
opposite.
прямой, если не ноль. Они противоположны друг
GZ,
другу.
if they jump if zero, G and Z, J and Z if not zero. So what we can see in each pair, each transition refers to the same instruction. So in fact, we're dealing with the fact that one of these two conditional transitions always executed, and the address of the transition is the same.
Что исполнить один безусловный переход. Просто передать управление
To execute one of these instructions is to perform one of these transitions. So, and what realization here? This technique is called obfuscation. So that IDA could not create a function here. So, and such obfuscations are called obfuscations of control thread, and so you can find them. Find in our code in HRTNG, we have the capabilities that help us to get rid of these obfuscations. Let me show you how it works. We go to the beginning of the function and we click the Alt F5. We have a window. We click OK in it. It analyzes ranges, and as a result of the analysis, there is an error. The plugin writes to us, we need to create an instruction at this address and try to compile it again. We click OK, and the plugin opens us the address of the instruction that incurred the problem. That's some garbage code. And let's see where this code is used. We click on X, and here's the use of the code. So what do we see? We see what's in the argument of the function, and it's compared with in the registry EAX. And here is the assignment in EAX. It zeros the value of the registry, and then there is increment operation. So in AX we have 1, and the value of the argument is compared with 1, and if it's not equal to 1, then we jump to garbage. Again, this is something unneeded and not needed, and this is technique of obfuscation, technique of analysis. So we do the same. So we highlight the instructions, we click Edit, Patch Program, Fill knobs. We click OK. And then we try to decompile the code using the function HRNTG. And then we have the code that can be actually read. The analysis of the code is not simple, so if you spend some time, then you will realize, consulting with the internet, that here we see the obfuscation engine, FinSpy-VN. And it's based on the technology of virtualizing the code. And technology is that the code on the architecture x86, it turns into some exotic architecture of the processor that is invented by the authors of the malware. To obfuscate virtual machines, this is a very complex challenge, and how it's done, we're not going to study today because there are special articles about this, about how to deobfuscate FinSpy VMs, and if you're interested in how to do the deobfuscation, so you can consult with them. And we today will use the script we already have, the one that is used for deobfuscation. But there's a nuance here. You know, for it to work properly, you need to fill out these blanks, and you need to compare names of virtual instructions with their identifiers, with their opcodes. I'll show you what it means. Codes of these virtual operations, they are stored in this table. This table is a table of pointers to function, and each function realizes some virtual instruction to x86. Let me show you. If we take this instruction with index 1, index 0, index, I decompile it,
И здесь мы видим операцию «сдвиг влево».
And here we see the operation with the offset tool to the left. So this is realization of instruction offset left in our virtual architecture. And since this instruction
Здесь у нас индекс 1, то мы
virtual, and we have index 1, and we write here. That's a virtual instruction shift left
И у нас еще есть 30
equals 1.
вот.
And we have 30 like this virtual instructions that we need to recognize.
В каждом образце порядок этих инструкций.
And we need to do it because in each example, the order of this instruction is random. So you can't just do it. You need to repeat the operation for each
Вот у нас эти функции,
sample.
и нам нужно как-то распознать эти имена этих
Here are the
функций.
functions, and you need to somehow recognize the names of the functions in order to fill out
Табличку
this table,
этот класс с числовыми обходами.
this
Это довольно
class
интересная
with
задача. Как распознавать
number
функции в бинарном коде.
numbers, how to recognize functions in binary code. We know how to do this, and there is a default engine, it's called Fleur, and it allows you to do that, but there is a nuance here. It is based on assembler code, and if this assembler code is obfuscated, and if you change a couple of instructions in it, then signatures, recognition signatures, they stop working, and functions can be defined in our HRNTG plugin. We have special engine that uses microcode. It's an interim, some pseudocode. This is used for decompiler. It's more optimized, therefore it's more stable working with obfuscation. It's very simple to use this engine. First, you need to take the sample that was analyzed and you need to export information from it about names of the functions and their recognition signatures. And then you upload these signatures to IDEA. Let me show how to do it. I have a file with signatures. I click File, Load File,
Перехожу в директорию.
msig file.
Вот у нас сигнатура.
I go to directory. Here is the signature.
Сейчас, если я
And
сдекомпилирую
now,
код,
if I decompile the code,
здесь надпись, что эта функция
I can see that it says
как сдвиг влево.
it was a function as a shift to the left.
Смотрю на вот эту вот функцию с индексом 2.
If I look at this function with index 2 and I decompile it,
Здесь написано GB. Если мы переходим
virus will be GB.
у нас
If we go back,
и мы можем
then we see that the names changed, and in our code we can
jump if below
note that jump if below,
соответствует индексу 2.
it equals to index 2. And we do it like this to all instructions, because we have auto name recognition, so it's very easy to do. It will take some time, we're not going to do it now. So we use the ready script that we already got ready. So script file, I go to the directory where I have the script, and I apply the script. Now, let's look at the point of entry function. After the script was run, I decompile it again.
И когда я это делаю,
And when I do it,
я вижу, что
I can see, let's page it down.
необфусцированный код.
We have a pretty clean, non-obfuscated code. And let's see what it does.
Мы видим различные функции, которые
We
вызывают
see different functions in it that uses API hashing, and what we can understand about the
Вот у
functions.
нас есть различные функции работы с сетью, VSA,
Here, different functions of working with the network,
create file,
the function of working with files, create file,
с ключами реестра, NT enumerate.
functions working with key of the registry.
Здесь у нас импортируется целый класс функций для работы.
Here you import the whole class of functions that work with messages.
Для перехвата клавиш.
They use it for key logging in malware.
Есть у нас помимо функций и
Besides that,
строки. Сейчас
there are some funny lines here I'll show you.
например, строка
For example, here, this line. GNU PG. And based on the information about the lines and time, we can make conclusions of what it does. It's implant that is used for cyber spying that can could steal PCP keys and many other things. And in order to analyze this file, we did a lot of actions. We started with deciphering the code, then we switched to API hashing in order to deobfuscate the entry point. In order to deobfuscate the virtual machine, we recognized the function. We did it so fast due to our plugin HRTNG. And you would agree that without the actions that we did with the plugin, so all this work would have taken many hours that you had to spend to script. And I think that with this example, I hope I convinced you that HRTNG plugin will help reverse engineer a lot. And before I start answering questions, I would like to thank Sergey Belov wholeheartedly, my colleague who created and who is the main developer of plugin HRTNG. Without his great job, I wouldn't be able to present this plugin to the community. So please use the QR code and download the plugin. I hope it will be useful in your everyday work. Thank you very much.
Друзья, у нас стоят микрофоны, так что
We have microphones here, so you can ask your questions. For the best question, you will get a book. Thank you for the presentation. It was really interesting. The question is how HRTNG helps in dynamic unpacking of codes to the memory. How it, when it unpacked and it does jump to the memory. Thank you for the question. If I understand it properly, so we opened the sample and debugger of IDA, and we need to do the unpacking so that all the results of unpacking will be in IDA. And there are many functions in this plugin. It is there. There are more than 40 functions, and this one exists there. It's very useful, and I use it myself. So, I mean, if I have a buffer, can I do the inject of this buffer to the code? With like you use the nope. Inject of the buffer.
Это нужно конкретный адрес указать, где он на диске. Я думаю, здесь лучше воспользоваться.
You can just patch script. You can do a patch batch, and that's how it is done here. Here, colleagues with a question. Hello, my name is David. In your opinion, for the reverser who just begins, for the beginner, should they work on the code on their own and or to automate it? I think yes, it's worth using this one because these actions, the API hashing, deciphering, they're of a medium and hard level. And if beginner is just beginning to analyze the malicious code, for them this actually can be quite useful instead of looking for something on the internet and you realize when mistakes. And I know what I'm talking about because when I came to Kaspersky Lab and I didn't have a real experience in reverse engineering of malware, I started using this plugin and it helped me a lot. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Very interesting. I have two questions. First one, how did you choose the engine for the demonstration? And then, is there a binary Ninja? Is there something similar? Because there is a big API and there are many different presentations of it. So maybe it would be interesting. Thank you for the question. The engine was very easy to choose because in the compiler it's just it's microcode.
именно того, что встроено в IDE,
There are no alternatives. What we have embedded in IDA, it's very convenient. There are many different levels of maturity, and what we do, we take the last maturity level where the code is optimized, and we calculate signatures. What about Binary Ninja? Yes, in the compiler, it has intermediate presentation. It's even more useful to look at, more convenient to look at it than in IDA. I don't know how recognition works there in Binary Ninja. One more?
Почему у вас используется IDA, например, а не Hydra или Binary Ninja?
Why do you use IDA but not Hydra or Binary Ninja? We use everything. Hydra is used when we need to analyze the code on the architecture that is not realized in the compiler of IDA from Spark. We don't have it in IDA, and we use Hydra, and it depends on the tool. And you can also decompile with Hydra, but for this one, I prefer IDA. So you use this plugin IDA Pro on IDA Free too, only for IDA Pro. IDA Free does not support it. Thank you for your talk. A lot about your company. How often do you use symbol execution for automation? Do you have any instruments of that? Yes, we have these tools. We use these tools, and we don't use them because, first of all the operations we can do it simpler. We use it with a plugin and with almost automatically. And symbol execution can be quite slow. Sometimes analysis works very slowly. And it takes time. So I personally don't use it. On a GitHub, such tools, there are many of them. We can see what you can look what Anger can do. Georgi, thank you very much for your presentation. It's a lot of technical details. Just amazing that you showed everything in live examples. Could you choose the best question that will give the book for? I think the first question was the first one because it was more technical. And also, if you didn't manage to ask your questions here, so Anton will tell you, now we're going to have the project fair, and our project is presented there. You can come to us and you can ask your questions about the project and about reverse engineering. So right after that, we have the open project fair, and you can come to the speakers, and Georgi will be there, and you can ask him all the questions you want. Thank you.
Коллеги, спасибо, что собрались. У нас
Colleague, thank you for coming. Our project show is over, and we're getting back to our main agenda. And we had a very interesting presentation. Open projects are not only about code sharing, it's also about knowledge and experience sharing. And this is exactly what our next speaker is going to discuss in detail. Let's welcome Nikolai Kazantsov. He is going to discuss knowledge sharing between platforms. Thank you and good afternoon. The fact that we've made it to Saturday, and in spite of this beautiful weather and climate here, well, I still hope that this topic is interesting and relevant to you. And hopefully the next hour will be used by you with use, and you will get lots of insights, and most importantly, something that you will be able to put into practice. Let's get synchronized. Who of you represent enterprise security, information security services, protecting the frontiers of your respective companies? At least 1/3 of this room, and the others are vendors or auditors or integrators, as far as I understand. Well, my presentation is mostly devoted to the first group. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Nikolai. Understanding the background of all of your categories, because in the beginning of my career, I was in charge of protecting infrastructures for commercial business and so forth. And then I migrated to and joined a commercial company. So I've been in charge of such security systems based on shared information. That's exactly what we're going to discuss. We'll go over the community platforms and the experience exchange points that are present on the market and that we use on a daily basis. We'll discuss their challenges and disadvantages and how those challenges can be overcome with existing platforms through exchanging data between security services by creating a single universal security field in place. First of all, the principles we proceeded from when creating our own project. And hopefully I'll get... And we've been getting huge feedback. First of all, I'm speaking about openness, where the knowledge and experiences that we amass in our companies are shared with the community. Applying this to a specific rule, the rule is each and every information security system, regardless of your budget or maturity level, we are still, whether you are a single one in the battlefield or a complete team, regardless of all this, you should have access to state-of-the-art expertise and advanced knowledge, which will help you to build and develop your information protection systems. Why is it necessary? For us as professionals to develop, it's extremely important, because should we develop within our respective bubbles, the efficiency will be minimal. Well, developing ourselves, we improve information security of our own companies, which is great per se, because that's for what we work in our companies. But there is another aspect, which is improving the security and protection of our state, because we as professionals do our work well. Well, this is a high and highly motivating goal, which gives rise to the following: various subscriptions to best practices and recommendations are not only dating back to the previous century. It's against the principle, the mere principle of openness, and it should be left behind. Another thing that should be kept in mind: knowledge as a service is not acceptable for the market. There are people, such as integrators, they come to you to sell their expertise to you, but in fact, they sell the same model documents that you decorate with your company's logos. This should also be left behind. Everything that's left that's based on digital data should be made publicly available. Well, this is the basic principle we rely upon and proceed from, and hopefully all those others on the market will do the same. Now let me proceed to the next part. I said we should share experience. As an expert, I should share my experience. If I'm a beginner and new kid on the block, I need experience, and I need most recent experience rather than those manuals and guidebooks that may have been written some 5 years ago and having become irrelevant. So, how can I get access to this expertise, or how can I share it? For this, we offer quite a lot of information sharing mechanisms. In the first place is all those various news hubs and portals, including the developments of individual developers like Cracking Portal or Vitasec from Evgeny Radekin, which accumulates a huge number of security documents, various toolsets, and so forth. So, the portals. However, in addition to them, there are blogs, and they are a true source of a real-world experience. And we have more than 100 of them listed on our web resource. This is our website. Feel free to get access to it. Well, blogs is great. Portals is great. However, how much time do you usually spend reading a news portal? Maybe 30 minutes per day, maybe even less. By and large, the mechanism of delivering data via news portals does not allow us to be 100% efficient in using this knowledge. And later I'll explain why. Another source of knowledge which is particularly important and relevant today is Telegram. Not WhatsApp, not Twitter, but Telegram, with its 800+ channels, including those devoted to information security, where we can discuss various case studies and get feedback. It is there where life is. It is there where real knowledge is exchanged. It is there that we share information with our colleagues. There may be closed user groups or chats. This is exactly the tool that belongs to this day. However, there is another source of information which comprises the knowledge and expertise of various professional communities. For example, Reskop, an auditor specializing in information security. They have accumulated all their expertise on GOST 57580.1. Other finance people here, yes, I know, is your favorite GOST standard. So, those guys, instead of selling their expertise as a service, instead of selling their knowledge without granting open access to this knowledge, they put in place an open platform to share knowledge on this GOST, how to ensure compliance with it, and they developed this community by getting a lot of feedback from other stakeholders. This is just one example of how an integrator who otherwise should have kept it all for themselves opened it for the rest of the world instead. There is also InfoSystem Jet, another huge integrator. What did they do? They took a number of their highly sophisticated solutions for Kubernetes and others, posted them on GitHub. There is also security expert community. You can see their logo here. I think they should work on their logo. On a regular basis, they post open source project devoted to information security on GitHub. offering solutions as interesting as Irmak, which is a kind of a continuation or extension of Nitre attack, but it looks at the world not from the perspective of attackers, but instead from the perspective of those who are in charge of protection against attack. There are other communities that are designed to share experience and knowledge. Are there any problems in this domain? Of course there are. On the one hand, there are data. On the other hand, there is our life as an information security service. To take advantage of those data and make them part of our work, we need to perform a lot of actions which we're sometimes lazy to perform. There are those data. However, to take advantage of those data, one needs to get it, examine it, explore it, and implement it. And this is quite laborious operation. And that's not because we're lazy. Sometimes we just don't have time for it, or we don't have resources for that. And this lack of link between data and real-life operations is a problem that impedes this expertise sharing. So, what have we come up with? As a vendor, we offer an information security system. However, why don't we come up with an information security system that, on the one hand, would be able to grab all the data from and generate data for the community, serving as a platform for information exchange, while, on the other hand, serving as a platform for building specific information security mechanisms for specific stakeholders to be taken advantage of by our users. This is a project I would like to discuss with you as well. So here are the three principles we rely upon in building our system. In the first place, it's our community version, which is full-fledged and absolutely free. Without it, my talk here would be pointless. Secondly, our system should incorporate all the knowledge and expertise that can be reached, to have it at the fingertips. And third, communication mechanisms that are intended to make your system of information exchange dynamic rather than static, allowing you to exchange data with your colleagues. So these are the three principles that we proceeded from in building our company, and I'm going to give you now more details about them. First, as to our community for GSC system, it's publicly available. What does it have? It comprises all the tools that are present in our product, including all the data. They're open for all. As far as the restrictions are concerned, in the first place, it's not open source, it's a cloud-based version. It is a proprietary product. However, its cloud-based version is free of charge, and it's not limited by any time frame. Secondly, it supports up to 100 objects per module. And moreover, in our community version, due to technical reasons, we failed to provide for direct integration. There are plenty of integration and protection tools to enable the system to absorb data. However, what I mentioned first, it's hardly possible in the cloud. So these are some limitations which nevertheless do not prevent you from building your information protection systems. Now I'm going to demonstrate this solution to you. This is our main UI. By the way, are there any users of our community version or local version? Please raise your hands. Well, okay, quite a few, which means that some of you are familiar with this dashboard. This is our portal. You can sign up to it and get access to all these tools. This is our cloud-based solution. What does it have? Here you can see some key modules of the system. You can drill down into each and every of them. Altogether, they provide a framework for an ideal information security and information security management system. Let's go over them for you to understand what kind of product and functionality it is and how you can take advantage of it. I'm speaking about our community channels. In the first place, I'll cover our strategy module. That's why we exist as an information security service. It's about ensuring compliance with rules, regulations, and best practices of whether your partners or counterparts. Well, the next one is risk management. Why do we exist? It is to ensure compliance and risk management, problem management and mitigation. If there are other domains, I'll be glad to hear about them from you. However, these are the two principal purposes of the security, information security department. The other modules are for all of the things that we do, starting from AV module introduction and all the way down to compliance with rules, regulations, as well as mitigating potential risks. The fourth module here is metrics, which allows us to trace and measure information security KPIs in order to be sure that we're on track. But it's not every day that we, as security department, deal with strategy. Maybe once a quarter or once a month. The rest of the time we devote to routine operations, for which the other modules exist, such as task management, robotic process automation, where you can use constructs to come up with logic structures and chains, and another module which enables communication with people, evaluation, feedback, processing, all those things that we may need to communicate with our personnel, our IT people and business people and others. Asset management, of course. Speaking about assets, we mean our IT assets, including our servers and so forth, as well as our business assets, business systems, our counterparts, all those businesses we deal with, ERP and so on and so forth. All those things are also supported by our dashboard and our system. You can download data coming from your security scanners. Well, all those things are available from our cloud-based version, but I'm not here to speak about our tools, although I could discuss our modules and specific tools for hours. I'm here to discuss data. I'd like to tell you how we use data to ensure the operation of our system and how you can use them. So, getting back to my presentation, I'd like to proceed to the next module, which is about knowledge and expertise. We've decided for ourselves that an ideal information security system should be based on 4 data sources. First one being catalogs and best practices. The second one is rules and regulations. The third one being content that we create ourselves or find somewhere, any content. So 3 sources of knowledge: catalogs, regulations, and content. And there is a fourth one, which is about protection tools intended to protect lower-level IT infrastructures, including the knowledge on such infrastructures. So, combining the 4 components, we, as an information security department, can have some vision of a specific model of data security within our company? The fourth module, it is grayed out here. I'd like to focus on the first three. And firstly, catalogs. So what have we done? We took all those popular catalogs that we use, had them integrated, old data security catalogs, BDU stack catalogs, all those Russian standard-based things that we have to work with. Let's have a look at how it works. We have a catalog module in our system where all those things are present. BDU stack, our attack database, Mitra attack, and others. Besides the threat catalog, BDU stack, and NKCKI, all those things are intended to help us manage vulnerabilities. CP catalogs or protection tool certificate catalogs that we use in our system. Let's cast a glance at how it works. All those key catalogs are in our system already. You can open Mitra website or our website, you will find all the same data there. What comes next? Those data are not present here just to have them. We need them to manage risks, namely when we create our risk registers or risk management plans, schedules, and so forth with respective criteria, appointing those responsible, task assignment, and so forth. Here, we link up risk management tasks with the catalogs of Mitra and others, and this allows us to update them on a regular basis. And your risk managers can look at all those things from the perspective of potential risk. We have our BDU catalog. On the other hand, we can see specific infrastructure risks with which we can work. So, having centralized it all, and risk management can be made up and running faster, it can get connected to the best practices. You can see both Mitra and BDU. Well, we can compare them, of course, in terms of tactics. And techniques were very much alike, being pretty up-to-date, while on the other hand, there are plenty of information devoted to all those threat details. If we compare these two sources, we would come to the conclusion that they deal with all the same things. And you can take all those risks and map them to BDU and Mitra. Speaking again about the catalogs, I can show you our vulnerability catalogs. There are threat catalogs, risk catalogs. Why do we need them right here? It's needed because you want to centralize, aggregate all the data coming from your security scanners through a direct integration or through reporting system. They can be expensive enterprise-level scanners or free-of-charge tools, which are also instrumental in finding vulnerabilities. So you centralize all those inputs, analyze them, do task setting, establish interdependencies, namely dependencies with your mission-critical systems. You have all those things in your system, have reports generated, and you can see that there are vulnerabilities coming from the MCKTI catalog or a wrong catalog. In other words, we are combining all those bad things from both worlds. The things coming from the regulator and our own inputs. So with these catalogs, we can enrich the data available to us and make our work more efficient. And there is no gap between real-life processes and the data available from the web. These were catalogs. Now let's proceed to the regulation, to the regulatory framework. I'd like to know to what extent you are familiar with this topic, or we can move forward to discuss the catalogs proper. No microphone. Sorry, the interpreter cannot hear without microphone being used. What you're talking about is about the command indicating where scanning results should be stored. You can see XO. You can scan your network, get an XML with a report, upload it here, and see the vulnerabilities, including the data coming from MCKI. Thank you for your question. Have you understood how it works? Sorry, no microphone is used again. Of course, we're not going to scan your infrastructure. We have local scanning. What you do, you upload your report to the cloud and get your report for task setting and data processing. Now let's proceed to regulations. So, what did we do? We grabbed all the information security regulations and downloaded all those documents to our system, categorized it, and now we can measure our compliance, including compliance with personal information use practices, data protection practices, and so forth. What else? We have correlated and interlinked all the existing rules and regulations. In other words, when pass identification for compliance according to one standard, you do the same for all the other standards and regulations. The question is, how many standards do we need to ensure compliance with all the existing regulations? Let's assume you're a model company, a typical company, and you deal with personal data and their regulations. For that, and you also work with critical infrastructure, which is about a dozen of more standards. You may be working in the financial industry. Congratulations, the Bank of Russia is never tired to generate new rules and regulations, being very generous. So we have to deal with lots of loose rules and regulations, and we decided to centralize it. And all those regulations are available centrally through our product. You can see here 150 information security standards. Basically, all the standards that govern the work of our community, including our customers, are presented here. How does it look? Let's look at Order 21 of FSTEC. Like with any other standard, we can measure the level of compliance, including feedback and comments. We can drill down to specific areas. When doing compliance audit, we always understand that we have to deal with lots of systems, and all of them need to be audited. We can also get data by the month, current planning, current evaluation, target values, so we can complete full compliance audit for all the standards. We can also compare on a standard by standard basis. and so forth. In doing so, selecting the standards that are most relevant to you, you can do this compliance evaluation, and you can generate all kinds of reports, audit reports, which is exactly one of the deliverables of an information security department. Instead of doing sophisticated checks on an annual basis.
The expertise and requirements immediately kind of link to the operations that you do at the security service. We also have colleagues from financial sector, and they have the assessment according to the state standards, and you find them all here. And I think these tables, you know them. And our financial sector is probably the luckiest one in terms of security, in terms of compliance. And that's the system for evaluation. So what else do we have here? As I said, we put together all the regulatory rules, and now we have requirements for them, and now you can do compliance check. And what we did, we bound all those requirements at work. Did you try to bind the requirement 21 and 239? So each of you, you have this mapping of requirements. So what about mapping 21 to 239, 217, and ISO 27001, and SWIFT, and some others? So all these are kind of linked with each other. So it's more complicated, right? So what we did here, we have 150 standards, Russian standards and international standards, and all requirements of the standards, they're correlated with each other. And it's a great analytics and stats, and we can see what standard looks like. And let me show you how it looks in the system and how you can use it in your work. Let's take one of the standards. Take your favorite one. Maybe some of you like SWIFT or CI or something like that. 21st one, classic. Recently we had a workshop, and when we had this, when we asked a question, which standard is your favorite one, and they said it's 21001. For Russian security officer, the ISO is one of the best ones. So if we follow 21st one, but we want to live in 27001, now let's take the decree 21. And let's open one of the requirements from this decree or order. Say antivirus protection. VZ1. And here we can look at the compliance assessment. We can calculate this assessment based on metrics and checklists and all that. So mechanism of assessment, it's a different story. But what's important, when you look at a VZ1 of this order, we immediately can see all the requirements and all the standards that are in the base. And now you can see all the requirements that are in this tenant, and but we can tell the database, show me all documents in the database and show me indirect connections between them, because there are different graphs of connections, and show me all the descriptions of all the requirements. And here's the whole context of what our regulations ask from us. So these correlations that you can find in the system, why do we need them? Besides, it's kind of a cool source to enrich yourself as a professional, as a compliance manager. We need them because when you do the assessment according to a standard, tomorrow you'll have to do it according to a different standard. And maybe it's state standard or standard 231.9, so you will have to do them. So each other assessment, evaluation goes differently. So and say you did one assessment, it was one requirement, and there is another requirement that may fit this one as well. So what happens, you may spend just 10 seconds for this for this comparison instead of like doing this procedure from scratch. So this table that I showed you on the screen, you can make your own. You can have your own analytical research in regulations. If you click Stat tab, you will see this statistical requirements and choosing different standards, and you can see the matrix of how these standards crisscross, how they. So the matrix that I showed you before, you can make it up on your own, and the system creates top 10 standards. Out of the standards, it analyzes the connections and it shows you top key requirements. And this is the tool that you as compliance manager, you can quickly understand it and you can figure out how it works. So this was the second block in compliance. In fact, all regulatory rules are similar. They speak about the same thing. These same regulatory rules in Stack Russia is 60%. It's identical in many standards. And if your company has to do evaluation based on several orders, you can actually save a lot of time when you use this linkage between the data. If you'd like to discuss some of the cases based on what I just spoke about, if you don't have any questions, then so don't forget that this database is open. It's in community version. You can use it for your work. You can speed it up. And now we move to the next block, the block with the different content. So what is content? Content and two registries we have in the system. This is risk catalogs and protection measures catalog. So what bad can happen in our infrastructure and what and how we can fix those problems, not using antivirus protection, but implementing a certain extraction. So why we run these catalogs? We do that so that you can have your own ISMS and you can introduce measures and how you run them. But within the catalogs, you can have this exchange of experience between different security services, between the communities, and so on and so forth. Let's look at how it looks. So we looked at catalogs of risks in the context that these catalogs, they are linked to Mitra and RDM, and they enrich from them. Besides Mitra and RDM, we get these risks enrichment, and you can also use your own experience in order to share it with the community, or you can take risks that already exist, that were created for the system. Here you can see this planet icon and the people tab. You can go there and to find this, you can go to community database, and here you can see registers of risks for any situation and for any task. And for each of these risks, you can look and study. Risks are, this is the threat of vulnerabilities in your assets. So if it's interesting, we can go deeper into this. All the risks that are created in the system, you have all the descriptions of them and the link to the catalogs and the link to the protection measures that help you to mitigate those risks. The same thing we have when you have registers of protection means. What is it? Register is the database where you describe how your information security is realized in your company, what you do. Do you implement antivirus, or maybe you have a regulation, or or your measures. This is like your project manager. And here in the system, you create a ready-to-go database with all the projects and the means of protection, templates, documents, examples of different scripts, playbooks, any materials that may be needed for us here to implement one of the activities. For example, so regulation, how to protect your information, and he immediately describes what it is, what for. Here are the templates of documents. You can also find resources that you need, and what is here, there is a connection to the regulatory requirements that help you to implement the measures. For example, if you say, I'm going to approve this regulation, you take this measure using the template, you edit it the way you need, and it comes to you with all the content and with all the links it's needed. So this is basic mechanics, so that security officer wouldn't waste time for describing the typical things. In fact, about 80% of all this system of security, they're identical. We're trying to protect ourselves from the same risks with the same means. Do you have antivirus that is different from Kaspersky antivirus infrastructure? So Dr. Webb, of course we do, but in fact, just 1%. According to our statistics, hundreds of users, these are all the same tools and the same approaches and regulations. Of course, there are nuances, but in general, we do the same thing, broadly speaking, not from the point of view of protection, but what we do, we do very similar things. So, not to describe typical scenarios, here you can have them in one single register, and you can use it for yourself and use it in your work. These are not like external catalogs, these are catalogs of the service itself that was created by our methodologists and the users of the community. And this is about catalogs. So now we'll talk about communications, how technologies are made. Here's the logic. There is one cloud community server, and there are tenants there, teams. Each user that gets registered there, they have their team, their tenant. So your company have one tenant, your company has a different tenant. Somewhere there is a training tenant. And as part of these tenants, you can take risk projects from the community and protection measures from the community. And then you can publish in the community your own findings. And this is how you share the expertise between different security services. I showed you how you can get the protection measures from community base. In the same way, if you created your own unique measure, you can post it for the community. And of course, it will go through moderation, but then it will be in the public access, and then your colleagues will be able to take it and to develop a script or a regulation, and they can build their own ISMS. So what we do, we get all the information channels that we have for exchange, and directly the security services, they directly talk to each other. So this is the concept that we have in the system. And I'll show you how it works at the tenant level. So each user can go to dozens of different teams. You can switch between them and you can exchange data. So these are the key mechanics that we have in the system. This is a free version in which you can launch any tools to manage your processes. We didn't look at all of them, we just kind of touched on them. So it is embedded content. You have all the industry standards, expertise, and catalogs that you can immediately here and now use in your work, and the communication between different teams when you can share your findings and share with your colleagues and get what your colleagues have. So everything we have in database on the risks and measures, this is the result of work of the users of the system. So where do we go? What's the next step? So we founded it in 2021. We published it on the internet. The service is used by more than 4,000 users. And what's next? Well, first of all, community solution. We keep it free. This is the mission and strategy of the company. And in the technical part of the product, we would like to cover all the domains of information security so that in one single point, you will be able to solve all your problems. So in terms of content, we're trying to do 100% coverage of all protection measures with key documents, with key regulation documents that are applied to all the security services like SWIFT and CI. And we're also trying to cover all the risks and catalogs of RDM and Mitra. We have a lot of statistical data, what measures are more valid, what risks are more in demand. We would like to use the statistics in recommendation model, and we would like to add it to the system and add more assessments and voting. There are different mechanisms of commenting between the communities, and we would like to kind of develop it more to make it more convenient, so to speak. So this is our roadmap to develop this community project. So finalizing my talk, so what you can do today if you think that this service is useful for your work. First of all, you can join the community version. Here you can see a QR code for the registration. You can also subscribe to us on Telegram, where we publish all our announcements and events and new features of the product, and we discuss certain matters in Telegram chat. You can also try yourself as a contributor role. You can create a risk protection measure. You can share it with the community and see how difficult it is to create content and share it. We also launched a series of workshops. It's last month we have it. Once in 2 weeks we do it. Step by step we're building an ideal ISMS. And small disclaimer, if we have here bug hunters or they watch us gray hats or white hats, so we will be happy if you decide to check our product, hack it, but please do it in a special place. We're on the bug bounty program.ru. This is a paid program. We are paying for detected bugs and vulnerabilities in the system. So we invite all of you. Besides, we're here in the PhD, the main hackers conference. So please come to the bug bounty platform and break us and hack us and use it for business and for your work, to speak. So thank you very much. Thank you for your questions and for your interest. And if we have time, I will be happy to discuss this topic, this approach together.
Николай, спасибо большое.
Nikolai, thank you very much. Colleagues, we have 2 microphones in the audience, so please ask your questions. And Nikolai will choose the best question, and you get a book. There is a book about open source, so please, that will be your award. If I will scan one host with Nmap, that's theoretically speaking, do I need to upload it in the cloud in order to get the map of matching according to the catalog of RDM and Mitra? There are no any other scenarios, only with uploading in the cloud. In terms of community version, and we don't have any variants, you can do it either with manually or using API. We have a local version that can be integrated directly. It's in your structure. It's either collects all your reports or directly integrated with scans like Max Pattern and Check and others. But that's a local commercial version. But if you're talking about the community version, then you can upload the file manually or using API. I'm sorry. Oleg, Gazprom Service Company. So I came in the middle of your talk, so maybe I missed something. This version that you were talking about, this is a service as a service, or if there is like a local version and the company as part, they can use it. That's the first question. Well, first of all, it's good that you joined in the middle, because better late than never to get interested in the topic of optimization of ISAMs. Today we're talking about the community of SGRC system. It's cloud system, it's fully functional. We're a company, we're vendors, we make money. We have commercial product, and it's the same, but you can have a local version indoors, so to speak, with direct integration with your infrastructure, when all this data is added with technical part about the infrastructure of the company, and they use it in holdings and multi-companies, and but we were not talking about it today. And my second question, you say that your product is of SGRC class and compliance, and you showed us how compliance works in your system, but nevertheless you call your product that we build ISMS, the management system of information security, with all this Section 2701. It's more than compliance. It's more than just SGRC. We even had this leaflet. We said that we're more than SGRC, because it's a bit kind of small for us in this classification, because we have many other systems here. We have like a super app for all process of information security, and our idea is to cover all the domains, ISO, and in terms of orders and many other things, to organize the project. So will you cover it? We will. We are covering it now. And my third question, risks. I was sitting far and I couldn't quite see what you're talking about, the risks. What do you understand by risks? So when other experts talk about risks, they think about risk in one way, but for business risk management, a completely different thing. It's about money. So there was this topic here yesterday about insurance of the risks, and insurance companies, they measure it only in money. So what is risk? What are risks for you? In terms of the structure, risks are this ISO 27 series. This is a threat, something bad, because of the vulnerability or weakness in the group of assets or in the assets. This is how technically we generate risks there. For example, a threat of flood, because there is no roof in the house. So this is a risk, according to the connotation of ISO. And for this structure, we can have low-level risks that may be complying with MITRA, or some business stories, when you have this whole the whole section with impermissible events or other things. So that it's very difficult actually to get to the proper risk measurements. But a little bit more about the risks. In fact, we went quite deep in this story, and the first module was the module of managing risks. And what we had today here in the information security market, only 15-20% of information security, they deal somehow with the risks at the level of inadmissible events. It's not my hallucination, it's statistics based on the users and clients. We have this flag, and if it's in event or modeling the threats and understand what we're afraid of and what we're going to do with this.
Да,
And
у нас нормально.
so you see, some companies they don't talk about risks fairly. Sorry, we can't quite hear it. The person is not talking to the microphone.
И это не наша вина.
So, and it's not our
Потому что когда
guilt. It's, say, the bad thing that happened. Well, first of all, we need to go and grind many seeds, so to speak, in terms of regulatory rules, and then we need to model threats. And for risk management, not every information security can get to. So for 5 minutes, we managed to launch it through the master and through the catalogs that we have. So our goal is together to ease the entrance to the risk management. My question is, services are great. The profile that has to do with sensitive data of the company. How do you store this data? The profile is anonymous or somehow linked to the company. When you register, you can say that your company is kind of this nameless company, so to speak. Anything, any name you can give it. So how you name it, this is how it's going to be there. So that's it. Okay, understood. Thank you.
Пожалуйста, вопрос ваш. В таком случае у нас есть.
So your question is, so we have a local version. So also about the compliance control. Can you upload vulnerability information system, but maybe XNGI or something else? What else can you upload there, actually? So in terms of Kaspersky antivirus, we have direct integration when we collect everything from there. And in fact, information about the vulnerabilities, all this LAAs, that if your VM is not built, so you definitely have Kaspersky, and you can actually build a VM process. So with Kaspersky, we have a direct link, so you can upload to the VM module. There is open API, and you can also upload the SaaS and DaaS and systems with secure developments, and this is not connected to infrastructure vulnerabilities. Or the results of ISM systems works. You can, if you write in scripts and if you send this customized request, so some result of your pen test that you did in your infrastructure can be uploaded here, and then based on this you can build the work fixing these vulnerabilities. There's a small question. Say, we have a state standard 57580 with a whole number of measures that you have to realize. For example, those that have to do with the domain policies. So how valid this data will be? Do you need to upload it for each measure, how it's realized and how we protect ourselves, or we can automate this process and observe it in the real time, monitor it in real time? There are different approaches to this. First one, when we evaluate the compliance with this Excel style, when you click it quickly through and you add the certificates or whatever. So the next approach is more solid, using protection measures when you have your project management and your compliance evaluation gets adjusted depending on what you introduced in your company. And there is this third way, automatic one, through security metrics that are collected based on your security means. So security tools, we see where antivirus is installed. We take the data from ABEX, from scanner. We can see the full number of hosts. So we juxtapose the data, superimpose the data. We can see the antivirus coverage of your infrastructure and the number of accounts in your directory. With the passwords that are outdated, or maybe some other things, any parameters, in fact. In the metric modules, we accumulate them, they dynamically recalculate them, because we always get the data from there, and the result of those metrics, we a link to the state standard requirements and other things. So this is technical data that we receive from your infrastructure. This is really kind of open space, so to speak. But when you have how dynamically your evaluation changes, we can't do it for all controls and all the requirements of state standard or some others. But for some of them, we can do those who have to do with security services. And this is a great thing.
Colleagues, unfortunately, we've run out of time for questions. Please feel free to ask additional questions offline. And now it's time to pick the best question. I heard a few questions from the colleague from Gazprom Service, but he left. Oh, he's here. Great. So I'm picking him. Don't forget to come up to get your book. Thank you, and thank you for your attention. And we'll continue our track on data processing and how we should help security people to construe those data. Alexey Leonov is going to cover their Heuristics platform.
Да, коллеги, всем привет.
Hi, colleagues. My name is Alexander Leonov. It's true. And it's true that I'll be discussing my utility, which is designed to prioritize vulnerabilities. The name of it is vulnerability is... well, I've been dealing with vulnerability management since 2009. I worked on the vendor side and customer side, and everywhere there is a need to analyze vulnerabilities. That's why there came demand for this tool. I have my channel, and it's smear in English. It's there that I publish interesting news on vulnerabilities, vulnerability analysis patches. Please feel free to sign up. My utility is based on GitHub, and you can switch to it right now to have a look at it. Go to GitHub and look for Heuristics, which stands for vulnerability and heuristics. And heuristic methods are methods that allow us to deal with a task, to solve a task, when there is no 100% reliable solution to it. And vulnerability analysis exactly belongs to this class of tasks. We need to deal with sources, vulnerability sources, and we need some flexible tool to work with them. I've been working with this utility for 5 years already. Committing data. How did it begin? It was necessary to somehow analyze Microsoft Patch Tuesday. As you know, every second Tuesday, Microsoft makes us happy with having fixed some vulnerabilities. And usually, the number of those vulnerabilities is big. Every time is bigger than 100. And there are vulnerability management system vendors that engage in analyzing vulnerabilities every Tuesday, publishing then their reports, highlighting those most critical vulnerabilities that are expected to be most interesting for you. However, how can we do that when the number of vulnerabilities is bigger than 100? We can do it manually, and we want it to be done on its own. And today it can be done like this. You specify the year and the month. You say, I want my Patch Tuesday report, and you get it. And it makes you happy because you don't have to do anything manually. Let's go over this report. It's quite typical, and not only to Microsoft, but also to other sets of vulnerabilities can be analyzed with the use of this tool. To begin with, it has a name of the profile analyzed by Microsoft Patch Tuesday. You can see data from May in my channel already. It's already available. We can see the stats of vulnerabilities on the right-hand side. There are CDSF stats, and on the left-hand side, you can see the heuristic vulnerability scores, proprietary vulnerability prioritization algorithms. As you can see, there are more data there. If on the right-hand side, the focus is made on highly critical vulnerabilities, here you can see data on all vulnerabilities, and the difference between high and medium appears to be more adequate compared to just using CVSS. We also have stats by the product. For each vulnerability, there are data regarding the product where the vulnerability is present. And you can also see the prevalence parameter here, showing how spread the product is. Well, it appears to be quite subjective information, and it may not be this relevant for your infrastructure. It may be more important for you what you are using. However, pursuing a generalized approach to vulnerability analysis, it may be important for us that some vulnerabilities apply to well-spread components such as Linux kernel, or vulnerabilities that only belong to some niche component. And you can control all these parameters, playing with them on an as-needed basis. There is a description and there are stats. Statistics on specific vulnerabilities, such as the level of severity or criticality for each and every product, if you wish. Next, vulnerability types. All the vulnerabilities are typed, which types reflect how a vulnerability can be exploited by a malefactor. As you can see, each vulnerability is assigned its level of criticality. For example, for execution is higher than for spoofing. And you can also say breakdown based on the level of severity or criticality of vulnerabilities. Then we go comments, which is a really important topic. There are different systems that allow to do analysis like this. However, as to this particular feature, I've never seen it with any other utility. Where do we get those comments? We get them from distinguished Western vulnerability managers. ZDI doesn't really belong here. It's a research platform. However, there are sources from where, based on the year or month, an overview of Microsoft Patch Tuesday can be retrieved to get these comments, because they can be found in those reports. Should this mechanism fail, you can change your blog module, and the blog will fail. Well, in this case, you can set up your URL, report URL manually, to get those vulnerability descriptions from your vendor of choice. For instance, if we can't retrieve data from Kaspersky Lab automatically, you can do it manually to get those data reflected here as well. This is specific vulnerability card. You can see the type, the identifier, the level of criticality described by words and by a weight assigned to it. So we can see the type and the product. We can also find here criteria, the criteria that determine the level of criticality, such as exploitation in the wild, with the sources included. As you can see, it's taken from attacker KB and some other sources. Other properties, such as availability of public exploit. We can see a link to GitHub here. The level of criticality. As you can see, this one is .9. It's a security feature bypass. We can see how popular the product is, ranging between 0 and 0.8. As well as CVSS and EPSS data. And as you can see, a weight is attributed to each component. And should those weights, with weights for exploitation of the wild being the highest. The CVSS and EPSS are the lowest. CVSS describes the vulnerability, and EPSS describes the probability of emergence of an exploit in the next 30 days. We'll get back to it. You can also find lots of comments, and they can look like this. For instance, for this vulnerability, Tenable writes that it was exploited with patent malware. Another comment from ZDI explaining which other vulnerabilities can be combined with this particular vulnerability, is associated with it. And it is really interesting who of the vendors makes a stress on what vulnerabilities. It's really important because it tells us which particular vulnerabilities should be paid special attention. The previous vulnerability was super critical. This is less critical. The weight is lower. And the presence of an exploit as an attribute. And you can look for it at GitHub. It can also be data from CVSS Core or from Microsoft website, or it can be information from the stack. They have a flag for that, showing that there is a private or public exploit. These data are also taken into account. Please mind the last line, which is EPSS extended. What does it mean? Usually, Microsoft Patch Tuesday reports show the vulnerabilities that were fixed, covered on the Tuesday in question. But there are also vulnerabilities in Edge, which are linked to specific fixes. And when I generate my reports to be published in my Telegram channel, I get an extended version that covers the vulnerabilities that may have been fixed between Microsoft Patch Tuesdays. So, there goes a block with a list of vulnerabilities, and then there comes a list of vulnerabilities which makes it clear how many vulnerabilities belong to those exploitable in the wild. Here we have 3, categorized based on type and vulnerable products. Another group are vulnerabilities with a public exploit. They don't have the in the wild property, but they have their own properties here, and you can see them, 6 of them.
сейчас на них стоит обращать внимание в меньшей степени, чем
In the same way, you can go over some other vulnerabilities that should be paid attention to.
когда есть такой отчет, который автоматически сгенерился,
When there is such as automatically generated report available, maybe
гораздо проще
only needing some references,
на это смотреть.
it is much easier to do to analyze.
И выпускаю посты с описанием
Therefore,
каждой уязвимости.
on the next day or in a couple of days, I usually
На русском и на
publish my posts, and this is
Но, как бы, ладно,
a couple of examples of such posts in Russian and English. Okay, Microsoft Patch Tuesday
просто какой-то набор
is
уязвимостей,
a single task.
который нам
Let's assume we need to analyze a set of vulnerabilities that are of interest to us for some reasons. For instance,
уязвимости или
we received from a regulator a list of vulnerabilities to be analyzed, or we got such a list from a scanner. Can we do that? Yes, we can.
на вход подать список ЦВЕшек
For this,
с
you only need to provide
строкой разделенной
a list of CVEs as an input,
и список комментариев,
a regular list,
если у вас он есть,
accompanied by a list of comments, if any.
может быть,
For example, the comment list
эти уязвимости были продетектированы.
may show on which hosts those vulnerabilities were tested and analyzed, and you will get a report. Or you can only check an individual vulnerability.
Небольшой shell скрипт, который
For example, I wrote a shell script,
список
a small one,
уязвимостей из одной. Вот,
to help me generate such a list of vulnerabilities on an as-needed basis.
консоль утилиты выглядит следующим образом.
Well, the console of my utility looks like this.
По data source, и дальше по каждой уязвимости
It scans data sources,
и
and then
приводит их
requests are sent to those data sources
к виду, и дальше
to then normalize the outputs, and those outputs are then processed in a uniform manner.
как выглядит отчет вот для одной конкретной уязвимости, ну, он выглядит
Let's have a look at a report for
зачастую.
an individual vulnerability.
Я тоже для телеграм-канала делаю обзоры конкретных
Usually,
трендовых
I needed to come up with an overview of most trendy vulnerabilities to be exploited in the near term.
Получаю отчетик,
I use them as an input for heuristics, generate a report, see if there is the exploitation of the wild property, and take this into account when generating my report.
теперь можно подавать не только вот этими списками, наверное, подавать не очень удобно, да, там несколько.
Well, it may not be really convenient fitting in lists. It will be very difficult to automate this stuff. You can use JSON instead.
Комментариев и список уязвимостей.
With JSON may include both the list of comments and the list of vulnerabilities, and it's much easier to set it up,
Название репорта и так далее.
to come up with your resulting file, with a report name and so forth. So we set up the inputs
Чтобы анализировать уязвимости.
as a single file. I do it to
Не сильно
analyze a Linux Patch Wednesday report.
название
What is it about?
не распространено, потому что это мой собственный проект.
Well, this name is not very popular because it's my own product. You are all familiar with Microsoft Patch Tuesday,
Единого дня, чтобы посмотреть уязвимости Linux,
but there is no single day for Linux vulnerabilities.
мир, он очень
Why?
фрагментарен, да? У нас есть
Because the world of Linux is really fragmented. There are guys working on
дистрибутив
Linux kernel vulnerabilities. We have tons of
к себе, и там у себя
distribution files for Linux with their internal
стримами там, да,
files and
всё это, короче, очень так несколько хаотично, да?
a huge number of updates,
Что нам не мешает посмотреть, какие уязвимости
which information is pretty
за последний месяц
chaotic.
линуксовыми
If you want to see
вендорами,
which vulnerabilities may have been fixed in the past month, for example, by Linux vendors,
именно вот в течение
to find out
и вот это
which particular vulnerabilities were
и таким образом
dealt with as of the beginning of the current month, it's pretty difficult getting this information. New vulnerabilities, most recently fixed vulnerabilities and so forth. I do it based on this content coming from Ubuntu and RBM-based distribution files and so forth. If you don't have your oval content, which is pretty good for parsing, I take bulletins and multicast lists and use them to come up with information for my Telegram channel. Yesterday, I published my May report. If in April it was a kind of light report with only 251 vulnerabilities, in May it exceeded 1,000, 5 of them being exploitable in the wild. For others, there are exploits as well. If you're interested, don't hesitate to enter this resource and familiarize yourselves with it. And now to the data sources which are used for vulnerability analysis. For example, to analyze Microsoft Patch Tuesday, as well as any other vulnerability list, you can see here EPSS and NVD and attacker KB. Well, you can remove them from here, which means that some sources will just not be used without breaking anything. Let's begin from Microsoft. What useful do they have there? There is a description, and I like this description a lot. It's based on the vulnerable product, the type of vulnerability. You can grab all the data you may need. There is a link. Vector information. Other vendors don't do it, but Microsoft does. And you can see the number of exploits. It would be great if they updated this resource on a regular basis, but even without that, it's pretty good. You can see if there is an exploit or if there is probability of exploitation. If it says that exploitation is unlikely, it does not mean that tomorrow we will not see a new public exploit. By the way, I can use this resource without a key. It's enough for me to have the API, which works on both the website, and I can also use it to get sets of vulnerabilities analyzed under Microsoft Patch Tuesdays. I receive Patch Tuesday data for previous weeks and months. Having access to the function of Microsoft IP, I can get those lists of vulnerabilities fixed by Microsoft. Nothing difficult. No-brainer. National Vulnerability Database, NVD. Pretty well-known source with descriptions and references. And sometimes those references do include an exploit. Well, usually it comes as a description of a vulnerability showing problematic blocks of code. They call it exploits, although they are not always exploits. There are also descriptions of types of vulnerabilities or software problems, helping to understand what kind of vulnerability it is. Pretty useful source of information. KP is as well, helping you to understand products. We'll get back to it later. When discussing the types of vulnerable software. Well, it's easier to work with NVD API if you have a key. They published it a year and a half before. Without this key, you will be bound after some time.
маленький лимит за минуту, сколько вы можете сделать запросов.
because their limit is pretty short.
Если вы используете
It's only 1 minute. With a key, your limit will be higher.
по поводу лимитов не надо, потому что вы просто прописываете.
Although it's not worthwhile thinking about the key, you can include the key in your script,
Там автоматически
like this credential XPI, and
максимальной скоростью делали запросы, и при этом не
it will allow you to send your requests at a very high pace without being banned.
Ну, наверное, про National Vulnerability Database все. Дальше перейдем.
Well, that's it as to NVD.
Это, как я уже говорил,
Now to EPSS.
такой проект.
As I said before,
Это такая же организация, которая стоит за CVSS. И что они
there is an organization behind EPSS. It's called KFirst.
рассчитанную,
What do they offer? They offer a calculated probability of the emergence of an exploit in the next 30 days for all the SV vulnerabilities. You send your identifier and you can see both the probability and the level of criticality of the vulnerability. And the extent to which the probability of emergence of this particular vulnerability is higher than for other vulnerabilities, and you can use it for your prioritization. Unfortunately, the quality of this PSS is not high enough. Quite often, for the vulnerabilities that already have public exploit, they show that the probability of emergence of this particular vulnerability is low, which is not the case. However, it does not require any authentication. That's why I actually use it. Now, BDU stack.
Что в нем хорошего?
In my opinion, this source is highly undervalued, underestimated. What does it include? It also includes descriptions of vulnerabilities in Russian, lists of vulnerable products as well,
Признак эксплуатации уязвимости вживую и признак
the
эксплойта.
exploitation, the wild property, and
Я не проверял, но его
the type of vulnerability, as far as I understand.
был в XML-ной выгрузке.
They didn't have the wild property on their website. However, it's present in the reports, which is also very useful because it's not too often that you can find this data. Not too many sources. There are Western sources. However, BDU stack or vulnerability database is a really good and valuable source. Here you can find an XML link.
Здесь вот можно посмотреть. Есть у нас
If
вывод
you look here,
консольной утилиты.
you will see
Доходит дело до работы.
the console output
XML-ку.
when working with BDU stack.
Ну, не я.
I download this XML,
Ее раскладываю
have it parsed,
в директории. В общем, по CVE-шным, по BDU-шным идентификаторам,
put it into proper directives based
если
on CV classifiers and identifiers.
и это делается одномоментно для всех уязвимостей. То есть не нужно пробегать.
And it's a one-time operation for all the vulnerabilities. You don't need to do it
Источник данных. И здесь хочется
individually for each one.
Heuristics может работать с BDU-идентификаторами. Их можно подавать тоже.
And Heuristics knows how to work with BDU identifiers.
По BDU-шным идентификаторам данные будут только из BDU.
And with these IDs, you'll only be getting data from BDU stack.
По признакам эксплуатации
Rapid7 Attacker KB. This is a great source. It is supported by Rapid7, as I said.
не работаю
And I work with a source without
разбираю.
any authentication. I just send requests for specific pages, and they've never ever banned me. Maybe if I send in too many requests, they'll ban me finally.
Того, как работает эта база знаний.
How this knowledge base works.
Краудсорсинг. То есть, в принципе, каждый пользователь может зайти туда,
It's a crowdsourcing project. Any user
для этой уязвимости и
can get into it and say, look, I see
потому что
signs of
какой-то,
exploitation for this particular vulnerability.
что вот мы видим эксплуатацию этой уязвимости,
If there is a report saying that we can see this vulnerability is exploitable, and the probability is present that soon someone may come here, well, then it will be flagged as a vulnerability exploited in the wild. It's a very useful source. That's why I've been working with it. Last but not least,
vulners.com это коммерческая
vulners.com. It is a commercial vulnerability database.
Что в ней как бы крутого? Что там можно
And why is it cool?
непосредственно в vulners.com искать уязвимости
What can you find in vulners.com?
объектов, связанных
Basically, you can find there
с CVE-шки, но и
all the various objects related to vulnerabilities, not just CVEs, but also bulletins,
бюллетени безопасности вендоров. То есть такой
vendor security bulletins.
А главное,
It's a great source of information, but the most valuable thing in it is those references
и,
from
соответственно,
exploit packs and other sources.
можете не собирать из кучи источников, а просто работать с Vulners.
And you can use it as a single point of or source of data.
По-моему, 10 запросов. После 10 запросов
Is it pricey? Of course, it does cost money. After 10 requests, it will stop working and you will need a key. If you're a business, you will need a commercial key. If you're an individual researcher, you can contact those guys from vulners.com and they will grant you a key. I have such a key, and I use it quite extensively. It is written into credentials, and if you look at the file once again, SOX proxy can be added there if you want to send requests from Sahab rather than your host.
Сайт Tenable недоступен из России. У них в блоге
This site wasn't accessible from Russia,
чтобы до них дотянуться.
and in order to get to it, you can use some intermediate host.
Возвращаясь к Vulners, вот показываю.
Back to Vulners. This is how it looks with Vulners. You can find links to exploits and links to other services, and here we find Vulners from the sources. You can see it's not as rich. There are no links to exploits. You can see that in BDU stack, you can see the private exploit. It's not public, but it's private. And we also see that from Vulners, you can see some signs of exploits and BDU stack as well, you can see there. So that's why kind of think to yourself, do you really need it? Another one, data source, it's called custom data source. These are files for each CVE or BDU. They have JSON, and you can give there whatever you want, any parameters that it will give you. So if you don't like the description that you have it there, so you think the description can be different, so you can add it here. You see that there is a public exploit, and you can't find it in the report, you can write it here. You see that there are some signs of exploitations live, so you can do it. You don't need to do it manually. If you have a commercial kit where you find this data, you can write an envelope and you can and it will work with those custom files. All the data sources you can put and you add the customer ones and that you get from the feed, and it will work with this custom data source, and it won't be making any requests after that. Now, how to detect the type of vulnerability and the vulnerable product.
Для некоторых кейсов
For some cases, it's simple. For some cases, it's not.
это просто потому, что у
As for Microsoft, it's simple because their
продукт типа
description is generic. It's vulnerability type and product type.
типа уязвимости, которые могут
When I was hard coding types of vulnerability that they could find of vulners,
они используют.
so I was sort of orienting myself to Microsoft and what vulnerabilities they use. So if your vulnerability fits the template, so I used this way of detecting
Вот это вот строчки генерированные.
based on the analysis of the line that was generated.
То у вас может
So if software is different, then situation can be like this,
да? Вот
not Microsoft one.
для Erlang
Here you can see
для CVE-шки нету
remote, here you see the vulnerability.
сами понимаете, в
So for this CVE, there is no vulnerability database. For this database, it's not the best time. You always have delays in analysis of vulnerabilities. So we can't really blame them because they have a lot of problems.
уязвимости не детектируются, соответственно, выглядит
And so the type of vulnerability is not detected. It doesn't look right.
распространенность этого
So, and
при расчете
we can't take into account how well they spread this software and how to continue the maintenance of this software. So we go to, and here's the rules of detecting. Here you add the new software, Erlang KTB, and it will be used as a keyword.
можешь добавить
When you do detection, you can add the other keywords.
этого
You can add description of the software,
prevalence, в общем,
its prevalence,
и еще много там
vendor of the software,
дополнительных кастомных полей.
and other custom fields.
Вот, собственно, сейчас немножко побольше увеличу, чтобы было почитабельнее.
So let me blow it up a little bit so you can read it.
Оно работает,
So it works.
стало красивее. Теперь
OTP is
правила детектирования
detected,
например, для
and now it's all good. So a different type of detecting the product for Python
параметры, которые вот этих
to show you what other parameters can be used in the rules of detecting software. There is detection priority. Why do we need that?
Python,
Because if you're going to search using a keyword
зачастую там
in the description of vulnerabilities,
что
usually what you'll see
в модуле
that there will be vulnerabilities from Python module.
одинаковые у всех правил,
And if you have the same priority for all the rules, then
что
then
это не уязвимость
Python
в питоновском модуле, а в самом питоне.
module is not in the module, but in the Python itself, so which is wrong.
Вот,
So
конкретно
that's why we can lower the priority for this particular rule,
правила для
so that
питоновских модулей,
these rules will work for Python modules,
питоновских модулей, они
and then for vulnerabilities in Python modules,
да, там продукт.
they will be detected properly.
Момент, что здесь есть
Another moment
short CPS,
here,
это
there is a short CPS parameter.
соответственно
It's CPE identifiers, which will cut.
heuристический детект по
So if heuristic detection didn't work,
работает
the one that we use for Microsoft vulnerabilities, if
ключевым словам, то у нас
keyword detection didn't work, then we can use detection on CPEs.
Если там CPE-шка есть, значит мы понимаем,
If you have CPEs, then we know that this vulnerability relates to Python.
уязвимости
So it helps detect regular vulnerabilities in database.
Следующий момент
Next point,
уязвимости. Каким образом
detecting types of vulnerabilities. How it's done. Keywords,
на тип уязвимости какие-то более-менее
the type of vulnerability, it may have some standard words.
Если у нас, например, information disclosure,
For example, if you have information disclosure,
слова information exposure, там в верхнем
then there will be words information exposure,
data или еще что-то. Также у нас можно задать
caps lock, or
соответственно, если они,
small letters, and
например, в National Vulnerability Database прописаны,
so if it's written in CPEs and
они будут
in the BDU it's written and it will be taken into account.
будет по этой CWE-шке понятно, что вот это как
And according to this CWE, you will see what type of vulnerability will be used. That's a different type of vulnerability evaluation of privilege. The number of keywords and the criticality of this type of vulnerability, and it's higher than information disclosure.
Как процесс выглядит, да? Если у вас неправильно отрабатывает детект, вы видите...
And how it looks. If detection doesn't work properly,
словосочетание, по которому
if you see certain phrasing,
вероятность, что вот эта вот уязвимость к такому типу относится, вы просто ее добавляете.
and there is a probability that it relates to certain type of vulnerability, so you add it and then it works properly. And the more you have those in your database detections, the better it works.
Потихонечку к завершению поговорим о том,
And
что
getting to an end of my talk,
отчет, вот там вот такие таблицы.
we're talking about HTML
Глазками смотреть. А если нам нужно как-то интегрировать
report. You can do that when
можно спокойно
you can look at yourself, but when you wanted to automate it, you can use JSON output. So you want to see the result of this.
показываем, куда это сохранить.
So you show where it should be saved, and
результаты в JSON-чике.
and you get the results in JSON. And it helps you to automate the work and to do some pipelines
Какие-то
and to integrate heuristics in some automated processes,
анализы уязвимости.
the ones that require analysis of vulnerabilities.
JSON-чик, в котором одна там
And as example,
они могут
we do a JSON, then we have
А в комментариях
CWE,
я описал
CVE, that we have CVE ranking there, so we have a scanner, so it detects vulnerabilities in the host,
у нас есть
and in the comments we write that
у нас продетектировались
so we have
таких-то хостах.
some vulnerabilities detected on certain hosts. So we add there how we want to see the outcome, the file, its name,
Мы туда добавляем.
and prefix that we add.
Это на вход в heuristics.
Then we send it to heuristic entry. There in parameters we write that we
Это получить в JSON-чике.
want to get the results in JSON. We launch the utility.
Сорсом
It goes through data sources.
И вот,
It gets the report, and this is how report looks.
в этом JSON-чике две части.
In this JSON, there are two parts. One about product.
И какие цветы
You can see the product line and some CVEs that were detected
с продуктом, те
for the product, and parameters that are related to the product,
и часть по уязвимостям. И по каждой
the part about vulnerabilities. And for each CVE,
какого продукта она
you can
касается,
see
какому типу уязвимости
to which product it's linked,
и все компоненты,
what type of vulnerability. There are components that affect
теми самыми весами, которые
exploitability, and
отображаются в HTML-ном отчете. И
you can see all this HTML report. You can also have VVS,
можно отсюда забирать и
Heuristic Vulnerability Score, and you can take it from here, and
уязвимостями
then a system that allow you to manage vulnerabilities, it will help you
уязвимости.
to prioritize it in a better way.
Это нижняя часть отчета, как видим, что здесь у нас
So
есть
this is the lower part of the report.
эксплойт,
You can see that there is a sign of an exploit here.
в HTML-ном отчете
It includes the comment that you can see in HTML report,
То есть
and you can exploit live. So nothing is lost.
на этом, наверное, все.
With this, I finish. Thank you. I will be happy to answer your questions. And again, see, these are the links to Telegram channel,
Еще один момент.
Valoristics,
По поводу лицензии и того, можно ли использовать
link about the license.
можно
Can you use Valoristics in your projects?
MIT-шное,
So this is a permissive license, MIT license, so you can use this service as you want. You can integrate it in your product. You can use any parts of the code.
написать мне,
Just one thing, please write it to me,
на самом деле хороший кейс, когда используется
because it's a great case when you use it in some commercial
у
products,
себя в канале,
and I will be happy to highlight it in my channel,
и вам хорошо
and it will be win-win.
обсудить
You feel good, I feel good, and we'll discuss some questions, some matters, if you have any questions about Valoristics work. So, and if you have questions now, please ask. So in the audience, we have 2 microphones, and please ask questions. And when the questioner wins, and it's the best question, will get a gift. Thank you very much for your talk. There are a couple of questions. So we have a database of CVEs. It's static, about it's static CVEs. Is it possible that in the product I can indicate that
CVE-шки по CPE-шке.
CVE to get CVEs using CPEs? So can I limit the search to the CVEs I have in my database? Probably it will be easier to have 2 stages. First of all, get the list of CVEs. You can do that on the website NVD. You can get the one of CVEs and the results of the CVEs, and you can get the list. And then you can send it to Valoristics. Because right now there is no search that would help you, that CPEs would be looking for CVEs. But if you don't want to do it around MVD, then you can look at online projects. Vulnerability Lookup can do that. You can see by CPEs what vulnerabilities they have, and then you give it to Valoristics, and you get all this beauty with all the priorities, with exploits, with the signs of exploitation. And second question: custom points, looking for information that we saw. Are there any possibilities, or maybe there is a link to assess this vulnerability with a particular vendor? For example, there is CVE in Linux. You go to Debbie and they say, so this is how we treat this CVE, and you go to Unix and they say, this is how we treat this CVE. Okay, got it.
Что в разные источники принесли нам разные CVSS base score, сейчас это нет.
When you go and see that they brought you different CVS base scores to different sources, so each source from the sources that CVS base scores in National Vulnerability Database and BDU, if they are different, so when we do the calculation, it will be maximum calculation. So if it gives us a 10, some will give you 9.8. So if it will we use 10 score. In custom, you can set the one you think is relevant.
Так. О, меня слышно. Наверное, первый вопрос у меня более такой.
First question
Я увидела, что
is more like by default question.
Что многие вещи детектятся, они именно разбираются.
Many things are detected, and you work with them manually. And the most popular questions are: are you planning to do some LLM to parse some of the reports that could be done more quickly? So actually, I was expecting this question. So why some of the keywords, but not neural net that would work it out? So I have a description of a vulnerability.
ChatGPT, пожалуйста, найди мне
ChatGPT, tell me what vulnerability product it relates to. Usually, so sometimes just kind of makes it up. Yes, I know this product is, so this guy wrote this product 1 year, but in fact, when you check it, it's not. It's wrong. My approach here is that here using LLMs, you can generate rules of detection. Now the rules of detections I'm writing manually, but you could say ChatGPT or any other LLM. So could you generate detecting rules that would work with this particular description of vulnerability. I want it to detect a particular product, scan a particular product. So we do the research of the data of the product in this format. Then you can actually generate many rules of detection and much faster than I did. So this way I want to move to. So just to replace it with LLM, it's not really. I mean, so it's not just like a raw detection. You wouldn't let LLM go there. What I would do when you need to write a report about vulnerability and why vulnerability is critical, this is what I do. First, inclusion of heuristics, and then ChatGPT or DeepSeek. Could you write me this report of vulnerability? Sometimes it does it with a good quality, but when you read it more and you can, yes, it's pretty good and it looks like it should be. But sometimes it's going to make things up. But when it makes things up, it's actually quite painful because it looks almost right. But it's not right. So therefore, you have to be very careful with this. And AI should be used very carefully, cautiously. So there were lots of metrics of, 2.0, there was 4.0 in 2023 came out, in MVD, I think there are 100 or 200 vulnerabilities of 2024 that are categorized by this. So the question is, should we think about 4.0 that even MVD doesn't separate them? In fact, right now we don't have this service, but now they're working on it and there will be scripted that will be looking in CVSS and the vector in the fourth version. They're in different field right now. How useful this is, frankly speaking. CVSS is developing in the wrong direction, I think. And in my prioritization, I use only the numbers. You got it somehow, the score, fine. You know, it's LSS 3 and the 4 and the second and the first. I look at it just the same way. I take the basic number. I think they don't really control how it is filled out. There is such a great difference in the algorithm of filling out between the third and the fourth version that it's kind of useless to go too deep in there. And I think the best way is to look at the parameters that are most critical ones that affect the prioritization of vulnerability and type of vulnerability. This is what I emphasize on. Thank you very much. It's very difficult to tell the client why one has a 10 score, and because sometimes clients, they can't quite figure out, they can see exploit or not exploit, they just see 10 score and
с максимальным CVSS это не всегда те уязвимости, которые нужно исправлять в первую очередь.
CVSS with the maximum score, it's not the one that you probably have to fix at first when you use this scoring system. Alexander, thank you very much for your presentation. And my question is also kind of default question, but quite interesting. What features you are planning to add to this utility, and what are your development plans for the next 6 months?
Хороший вопрос.
Good question. I think it would make sense to add exploit sources, because right now, as I showed you, in Swat.com, not everybody can get the commercial license for this request. It would be great to work with GitHub exploit bases and to select those that actually look like exploit, because oftentimes they get script detectors and it's pretty much trashed in many ways.
Вот, их можно с ними работать.
but these sources can be easily added there. You can work with BDU and Stack. It's like I get it from BDU Stack, and
Из GitHub с этих
you can get the same weight from GitHub
их разбирать. Вот, наверное,
and to prioritize them as well.
больших источников по эксплуатации.
What I'm going to add maybe more exploitation sources. Thank you very much.
Да, Александр, приветствую. Туманов Юрий, давно наблюдаю за твоей работой. Спасибо.
Hello, my name is Yuri Tumanov. I've been watching your work for a while. Thank you for the talk. And the question is CVS installed. So first of all, there's a bottleneck there, and you spoke about it last year. Here the question is, what feeds should be looked at? Because right now there's open sources vulnerability, there's a Pi vulnerability. Where else we can add it with? So if we create like a cloud with CP, and where else we can get the information? Maybe from Chinese, for example. Thank you. There are many vulnerability bases. China has two. There is the MVD, and there is nothing new there actually. Potentially, you can find things there as well. In fact, adding new databases, it's not really rocket science in Valoristics. And I say to everyone who is interested, so you can do it pretty quickly. You can commit it, and I will be happy if you help, and we will be increasing the number of sources that you can work with. And there is another way to do it. So what I would like to talk about that in Russia, there is no vulnerability database, so analog of MVD. So there is the BDU Stack, but it's not positioned as a database of all vulnerabilities. It's a vulnerability base that is used in the public sector and in national domestic software. And it's not even UVD. It's not even similar to that. It's probably like kind of mirroring Mitra. It would be great to create our own base. How it should look? Will some vendor do it, or regulator will do it? Or it will be some community initiative? I don't know. If it's community initiative, so maybe they'll come to the regulator and say, so here what we did, so there's an idea, so we'll do it for you. Because it would be great if we wouldn't be like getting from all over the place these things, because it's not really practical. For example, like Valoristics work. In order to process like 1,000 vulnerabilities, 6 sources, it does 6,000 inquiries. So it would be great if we had like one source, and the goal of the source would be integrating everything it can reach to, and it would have some convenient feeds. And we would take those feeds from there, and we'll prioritize it, and it would be great without any particular external request. So I think that's the direction to look at. So, and it's great that we're here in PhD, where our community is, and so if some of you are interested, so please, I'm quite interested in this as well. Yes, right. Vulnerability studies, but you need to get funds for that, right? Yes, funds. Right. You know, you need to get funds for that in order to have servers. But actually, it's discussable. So I think this hundreds of thousands vulnerabilities, and it's a matter that we don't have money for. So if there's a protocol, we need to follow. So yes, it's a discussable question. Thank you very much for the answer. Thank you for the question.
Коллеги, большое спасибо за вопросы.
Thank you for the question. Thank you, Alexander, for a great presentation. Let's give him a hand. Thank you.
А у нас следом начинается
And the next section is the section of small presentations.
вместе с
Each of them will take 20 minutes with answers and questions and answers.
Следующий доклад
So,
продолжает
next
тематику vulnerability
presentation will be following vulnerability management, vulnerability in software. So it's very well
Приглашаем на
fits
сцену Кирилла Горбакони.
our theme. So Kirill Grabakon, please come to the stage.
Будьте любезны.
Супер. Ровно начинаем, да?
Should I kick off right on time?
Так, ну 17:00, наверное, приступим.
Okay.
Всем привет.
1800, time for me to begin. Hi everyone, my name is Kirill, and I'm an expert in vulnerabilities from Positive Technologies. And in my presentation, I'd like to go over what we have found when checking for vulnerabilities with Nuclei. I'm calling it popular because it's much ahead of the Western GitHub. With a number of desks twice as big. It is ahead of the other most popular scanners. Some time ago, it celebrated 10,000 visitors in GitHub, and since recently, it's been positioned not as a standalone desk scanner, but also as a platform for vulnerability management. What does it mean? It means that the checks done there cannot just be launched on test rigs, but also in real-life infrastructure, which gives rise to the question how secure those checks are. Let's try to find it out. To evaluate the security of tests, we need some properties to be identified. First of all, a secure test has the same properties as a regular test. It does not provide for vulnerabilities. It checks for the presence of them. It should be interoperable with multiple platforms, and it must be tested on a vulnerable and patched version.
В качестве выборки я использовал все свои шаблоны,
For my sampling, I used all my templates because they are equally popular among all users. And it's not that difficult to find information on them in open sources. I have researched 3,000 checks, and now I'm ready to share my findings. 95% of tests are secure. This is my result. How about the other 5%? Let's consider them based on their severity. We'll start from secure ones and then proceed to insecure ones. The first case is the checks where the tests are done based on the version. They are not good for classification of vulnerabilities and only used as fingerprints. They can indicate the vector of threat and help to fix a vulnerability which is not present. We try to avoid such checks in our practice. Let's consider an example of such a test. It was done in Atlassian Jira. And usually, contacts with administrators is not supported by Jira. This is the form. We make sure that the version number is within the range of vulnerable versions, and the feedback form has not been configured yet, which means that there will be no vulnerability. If there is a vulnerability, this form will never work out. So how can we write a secure test?
который есть в выдаче Гугла, поставим себе...
Let's take the first pack from Google, install a vulnerable version of software. We'll be triggering connections using Google, and this is a check that works. It works where there is vulnerability. As simple as that. Let's move on. Some clients don't like when there are rubbish files during testing. We should avoid soiling our file system with no need. But what shall we do when we're unable to get rid of the files when we don't need them? In this case, we don't need it because these languages allow those files to be self-deleted. And I'm going to demonstrate how this can be done. This is one of the templates. As all line is sent, is decoded and displayed. It's absolutely secure, but there is a disadvantage. The file will stay on the server. To avoid that, we need the link function, and the file will be deleted. The same can be done for GSP. And here is the code. It's a bit special. It provides for exception processes, but it's still usable. The next case is sending requests to third-party resources. Let's assume you are doing testing and your server starts sending out your data to some third-party server and you're not sure if it's trusted. Well, here we have our encoded data, we decode it and find out that it's safe. This alert is not really serious, but we cannot guarantee that the page will never be changed or its owner will never change. Moreover, the software may get a new vulnerability at a certain point in time. So it's up to you to decide whether to use this solution or not. Next case. It only has to do with the vulnerability that read local files. Not all check authors keep in mind that it's not always that the server is Linux-based. It can be Ubuntu, and in this case, it will not be enough. We will need to add another query. Although it's pretty outdated, pretty old, is still present in all Windows versions, including V11. And with this, we will never ever miss on any vulnerability. Now, changing app parameters. Sometimes we need settings, which is exactly the case here. And this change detection is done here for various sites, and notifications can be sent to Telegram, which is pretty convenient. In the settings of the app, you can select the way of notification. You can receive static page content, or you can involve a web driver. In our case, we need the second approach. However, what will happen if we initially have a different setting and the check changes it? We need to turn to the page and use a regular expression to retrieve the value of the setting, write in this variable, and then reverse everything. In this case, we will leave the system intact. It's unlikely that you, as the owner of the application, want a scanner to introduce changes. In that case, creation of new database elements. In the template, you create a new table and write the file in. And since we can send SQL requests, we can get rid of it afterwards. In the template, it cannot be done. Here is doable. Next case, here we can create users with administration rights with no authentication. And as credentials, we can use various symbols. And we can use letters and digits as an alphabet. And it will take only 3 hours to create. And it's safe. To avoid any risks here, we need to use account data of the maximal length allowed by the application. Next, environment alteration. This is an example for Symfony. Here, without authentication, you can switch to the development mode. As a result, should there be errors in the application, you will be notified and the stack will be traced. granting you information about the internal structure of the backend. To avoid it, we can send another request that will reverse the status of the application with no harm being done to it. Next, changing the administrator's password. In this case, we can avoid that. If the password can be changed, it's a vulnerability. And here we achieve what we want by using an injection. We don't need a password here. We don't just send a query and make sure that the response is received with a delay specified by ourselves. This will be our confirmation. Move on. In this template, we see some unclear queries. Let's encode them. And in one of them, we will see this command. This space in the sender is the database entity. The deletion is done here, then it's restored and deleted again. And it is a working name that can exist in your database, which will result in losing data. To avoid it, one should generate random names using the feature that we saw in the previous example. Now, clearing the logs. Here we have a login that allows creating chatbots based on ChatGPT, and the vulnerability allows sending requests to the API, which will clear all the error logs. Namely, in this case, all the error logs for the last month are cleared. To avoid it, you should specify the number of months equaling 0. It will work. Or you can send a line and you will receive a message saying that the number of months cannot be 0. In this way, we will protect ourselves against losing data. As you may remember, in the beginning, I said that we should check applications for vulnerabilities, and we should also check patched versions. Here, with the patched versions, we still have kept error messages. So we should rely on a combination of factors, error messages and version, to avoid mistakes in identifying vulnerabilities. And now, the top on our list, which is removing files. You can specify a path to a folder. We have selected the folder with some system data, which is thought to be unnecessary here, and I don't agree with that. We can generate a random folder name and delete it, but then it will be returned from the server. In this case, we will be able to judge if there is a vulnerability without deleting anything. Another example, which is even cooler, let's decode it, and if we see this information here, it means that, well, it's number one. Hopefully, none of you can do URL coding with eyes. Otherwise, there will be no surprise. Here, we can see that the command has been executed successfully. Otherwise, we might lose remote access to the host. And Web Shell is number one on our list. You may feel that all those vulnerabilities are pretty old, dating back to 2023. But this one was added a week ago. We allow the PCP here. The content name CND is added. The command is sent and executed. A pretty trivial methodology, and it's pretty secure, except for the fact that the file is not deleted after the check, which means that once you are done, it will be available to Web Shell. Worst of all, after patching, and it will be moderating the permission to do the testing, we will be loading CMD. The file will remain, anyone can find it and fuzz it to execute the same command. In this case, the mere security tool opens backdoor for malefactor. If we delete our web shell, temporary web shell, will it be secure? It's a more complex case. The command is sent in customized C header, pretty sophisticated, and then is deleted. What kind of risk is present here? We can lose connection prior to the deletion, in which case the consequences will be the same as in the previous case. All this can be easily avoided because for testing the PHP code, we don't need web shell. We just need to make sure that the PHP code is executed. The hash is read and displayed. Why? If you're using Nuclei or like a project approved by the community, I suggest that you explore what queries are executed. Otherwise, you can accidentally delete your memory. We have already reported all our findings to the vendor, and you will find information on it on top of this slide. Well, at this, I'm done. Thank you very much for your attention. Do you have any questions? Sorry, I cannot hear the microphone.
В проходах стоят микрофоны, можно успеть один-два
вопроса. There are microphones available in aisles, so if you have any question, don't forget to grab a microphone and ask your question.
В этом году не приехал спикер, который должен был приехать.
Unfortunately, this year we don't a speaker representing the developer of Nuclei. I wasn't even warned about that. Well, it was part of our plans. Nevertheless, your presentation was really cool. Probably you are in a position to share your plans for the future. Well, the purpose of this research was contributing to the security of the project. Additionally, we wanted to automate this process. We added in the process of research a lot of regular data to make our templates more secure. Do you think it's possible to do further automation? Yes, that's what I mean. We've collected our regular templates. We keep on following what's going on with them to help us identify vulnerabilities in the project. Colleagues, are there any questions? Don't forget, we're giving prizes for the best question.
Окей, нет вопросов. Наверное, еще можно...
Okay, no questions. We have a couple of minutes more. Maybe you could give some advice to new experts, those who are just getting down to this topic. Where should they look? How could they amass experience? Of course, all this comes with experience. I don't think that any author of these templates acted as a malefactor. All those vulnerabilities were allowed for accidentally. When you know how those vulnerabilities work, you start understanding what consequences your requests can have. Let's get back to the example with Code Shell. The guy who worked on it completed their task without keeping in mind that later it could be used for some malicious purposes. And it comes with experience. With this community being so big and this project being so popular, why hasn't it been reported? What do you think? It's still a big question mark for me either. More than 1,000 people commit in this repository, and it's almost impossible to trace everything. And sometimes minor things pass through, which later proved to be pretty unpleasant. I think the main reason is the popularity of Nuclei, because 95% is a good result.
Всего 3 веб-шелла, это очень мало.
And we can never protect ourselves from insecure things 100%.
Появляются на всех уязвимых системах каждый запуск.
Basically, those web shells appear on all vulnerable systems, always.
Мы
Look,
благодаря этому исследованию обезопасили их от этого.
thanks to that research, we provided security to them. Someone needs to do this work, and this time it was us. Let's say thank you to Kirill once again. Let's bring our hands together.
Так, а далее у нас будет выступать Андрей Глущенко и расскажет,
And the next speaker is Andrei Glushenko, who will speak about developing two-factor authentication quickly amid shortage of resources. By the way, Andrei has his own GitHub repository with all those examples. So let's welcome him. Hi everyone. Today I'm going to explain how I managed to introduce two-factor authentication from GitHub. But first I'll introduce myself. My name is Andrei Glushenko. I represent Infosys Jet, where I was responsible for information security. For more than 10 years, I worked for JET, a department dealing with security. My team helps our customers to operate diverse information security management systems. This story began Friday evening, and I didn't expect any trouble. All of a sudden, my colleagues from another department called me and told me the following story. Some organization had been cracked and decrypted. My colleagues, they worked with their infrastructure from the scratch based on all the key principles of information security. Since the organization used firewall that we use in our department, my colleagues turned to me. Well, basically, it doesn't matter what kind of firewall you're using. We use as the first factor the username and password, and the radio server as the second one, which checks the password and sends push notification to the user. The question was, what to do about the second factor? Well, basically, it's a task belonging to the operations. But in this particular case, I decided to undertake it. So I turned to my colleagues, those dealing with introducing two-factor identification for enterprise solutions, and they shared this battle map with me. It's a table of enterprise solutions, a comparative table, helping to understand which of those solutions better meets your requirements. I use it as an instruction to understand how to achieve integration with the firewall and send it to my colleagues, and then left for my weekend. However, on the next day, my colleagues returned to me and said, look, we're short of time. We need to do it as soon as possible. We need to get this done by Sunday afternoon. We needed to find backup copies, decrypt the database. Well, it was important to get the battle card to compare solutions. So we had all those open source resources, although I wouldn't trust them initially, considering them to be Band-Aid solutions mostly. The solution that was proposed, I didn't like it. It didn't provide for integration with information security management system. In that situation, we needed to complete our deployment as fast as possible. There was also previous ID, but I didn't like it either because of a number of limitations. For example, it was not possible to launch 50 tokens at a time. So I opted for LinOTP as a solution, which has an application for both Android and iOS. I also liked its policies and maintenance terms and conditions. And on top of this solution proved to be pretty popular. So I decided to deploy it, and I failed, which was pretty natural. because the most recent version was 5 years old. So I decided to go my own way. I looked at traffic pattern, and eventually I did it. Initially, I was surprised. There was a guide that has never worked, so I decided not to use it. I tried to understand how it worked on my own, and it works as follows. There is a free radius which calls LIN-OTP with a patch. It listens to queries to get a token and get access to the account. I used PostgreSQL as a database. I had it available to me at that moment. Some more details. Let's assume we have firewall and the virtual machine deployed. At our firewall, we set up our solution as radio server, and we needed to check the second factor. The firewall sends requests to free radius, granting the username and password. I will also mention a realm of the users. It sends requests to LIN-OTP. LIN-OTP calls PostgreSQL in order to make sure that the token does exist. The OTP is checked, and a response is sent, saying that free radius can send an accept message, which means that the second factor has been checked and it's okay. I managed to set it all up, but additional integration with AD was required. It was pretty easy to do it manually. You come up with a resolver and an account that's needed for that. It's important to use LDAP instead of LDAP for encryption, because in debugging, I had found out that Linux IP was not shy to send a login and password with every check. When I set up the integration with AD, I needed to inspect the system for potential conflicts in free radius. The same realm is written there, and it uses this config in turning to TCP. Policies also needed to be set up. On the server, there is a set of policies to be set up, and here is an example of policies allowing the user to get to the self-service portal. In other words, if the user is authorized and has the right to set up the IP address and ICP, it can create a token after authorization. Having done that, the user can get a token or some other authenticator and start using it. When I had that deployed and tested it, the question was how to check the operation of all those solutions in real-life environment. And it proved to be as simple as that. You come up with curl request to the web address and TCP and send your user ID and password previously created. And in return, you receive 200 as your status code, which means OK. You can go even further. You can engage the combination of LIN-OTP plus free radius by sending your request. The utility generates requests to the radio server from the TCP client. In this case, you need to send both the username and the password. And radius will add to this its own variables. And if you get this request, it means that it works. To summarize, in a short time frame, we managed to develop and test a plain and simple solution, deploy it in the organization, write instructions for integration. I did that, and I left for my vacation. Although it was Saturday night. On the next day, my colleagues called me using Telegram and said that the customer organization wouldn't use my solution because it was a foreign solution which they are not allowed to use. We have not been informed, which means that all the work that we did was useful. I tried to do the same with Yandex.Key. It didn't fly. I started just selecting applications available for iOS and Android, one after another, to find a client application. And I found out that in creating policies, I created tokens called Provision Google, but that required a Google identifier for automated distribution. My policies. Well, I managed to scan the code and add the key to the client. Next morning, we started thinking if we could have done anything bigger and better. As a result, we decided that the combination of three applications that we had used could also be used when you need to achieve something really fast. To do it even faster, I wrote this installation script, which was intended to request all the proper data, credentials, user ID, and password. And I went even further. I created a project on Docker Compose in the format of a single file with all the proper variables and installed it, deployed it in three containers, Postgre, JCP, and FreeRadius. All this was published at GitHub. You'll find there everything that you can see on the slide with instructions how to use it, how to load it, how to set it up and configure. And now I'll summarize. All the parties were pretty happy. And we now have a solution that can be used in a crisis situation. And the organizations that I told you about just failed to manage the crisis they had faced. And it means that you should be more careful in selecting your enterprise solutions. And we tested our solution with Docker and PID, which may not always be possible within 1.5 days. Today, people very seldom use open source because it gives rise to more problems that it can solve, especially in dealing with Windows vulnerabilities. However, if you are using remote access without the second factor, I highly recommend that you use this solution. It will make your system more sustainable. Moreover, some administrators grant themselves an additional access should the firewall fail, allowing to get backup access to their system. Since they are privileged users, they don't need the second factor either. And in some situations, it can be used as a backdoor to the organization system. And there is an enterprise solution which provides for using two-factor authentication. I suggest that you use it as your recovery plan. I suggest that you switch to such disaster recovery plan. Otherwise, you will need to just switch off the second factor or your remote access. That's everything as I promised. Here is a QR code for my GitHub repository. You will find all the information there. Thank you very much for your attention.
Коллеги, есть у кого вопросы?
Colleagues, if you have any questions.
Hello.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It was really great. organization that came back to enterprise and they chose it. So how much time did it take for them to do that? And how did they figure it out based on open source what they want? So it took them 6 months. I was getting their feedback. For 6 months, this solution didn't fail. They have more than 120 users, and it took them 6 months to get to enterprise. So they said what they wanted, they formulated it, and they told us what functionality they needed. And that functionality for them, they needed it to raise a VPN and then, yeah.
Вопросы можно задавать в микрофоны в проходах. Сейчас вот
Ask your questions. Mics are in the alleys. I wanted to clarify because not all the applications they support this second factor authentication. In fact, they don't have this field there. So in many solutions they use pushes. So you send a request and they confirm if it's you or not. Can this solution be integrated with push alerts and many other things? So yes, if you go there, there's functionality of it in the documentation. You can find this. You can customize the portal. There is instruction for self-maintenance if you need to, and there is a proof notifications and requests, and you can actually get the push notifications integration. 2 questions about privacy ID. When you have 50 users, there are plugins, there is no limitation for the users. Privacy ID, yes. If you used, in Zender State, your organization didn't use Windows logon form for the second factor, if you used it, then it is 50. If you use Radius, then you can create users, synchronize it. My question is, there was a comment that was written there, but did organization have dependence from the accessibility policy from the group that have the access? Well, let me comment on the clarification that you made. At that time, they wrote in forums there was a limitation, and they were saying that they didn't, and we need to start right away, and we didn't want to start with this limitation. And the second question that you asked, you said, were there dependent on the groups? So did you have like rules of access to one network, this different group of users to a different network? So did you have to do anything with compromising? That's what you mean? Second factor, right? So open source product with the second factor authentication. Then you need to transfer attributes from Radius. No, it actually defines the group of where the user is, and then after that it sends it. That's right. But as soon as you switch to the authorization based on Radius, I don't know what the checkpoint, but with any other vendor. For example, before you have the Active Directory, right? The groups were taken from Active Directory. Yes, there is Radius attribute is there, so they transfer it. But if you switch to Radius, then Firewall doesn't understand that that user that comes from Radius is actually linked to the group that is in Windows in Active Directory. There is no connection. How did you solve this problem? So we use a checkpoint for the, so first factor is AD. You need to understand what user in what group. So they wrote user, they know what the group is, and then they just do the second factor and they confirm the time password. Well, see, there was no mapping there, so for the point you don't need it. You can send requests to the Radius. Yes, it's possible. If you dig in there, you can actually correct the request, and at the entry level, what to send in MCP level and to the Radius client using the script. And small question. You had the password OTP plus password. It was done without challenge, right? It's at that point without challenge. Is there a possibility to do that? Yes, you can create pin codes when you create a token. You can write such a policy that the user has to indicate a phrase, a key phrase, and without this you can't create a token. But the policy actually allows that. We just have 1 minute for a question. Very short one. Thank you very much for your presentation. And I've heard multi-OTP, as if it doesn't support integration with AD. It doesn't support integration with AD. When I did the analysis during this short time, the problem was that with connection with Portal, there's a free version, and integration with AD. So we couldn't get enough users there. So then the second question related to the slide on Synbox, it opens the last QR code of very famous vendor. Maybe it's just my problem. It's when I tried your QR code on the. And the third question.
Вопрос уже не остается времени. Задайте, пожалуйста, около сцены. Хорошо?
So no time for the question. Could you ask the question? So the best question, please, and we give the book. I liked the question with about attributes. Yes, this one. Please come and get the book. If you have a question, so please come to the stage and ask a question to the speaker. Thank you very much.
Итак, у нас на подходе завершающий доклад нашей секции.
We're about to finish our section. The last presentation, Alexey Epifanoff, they were talking about single sign-on and a billion of key locks. Hello.
Добрый вечер, коллеги. Мы сегодня расскажем ровно
то, что написано
на презентации.
We'll talk about what is written in the presentation. SSO in the billion of key locks.
Так, я забыл блокировать. С бесконечным количеством кейк-локов. И мы, это я, Бутенко Алексей, лидер продукта платформы VMSE.
Infinite number of cake locks. And Valeria Epifanova, our leading developer, so many ideas she had, and we managed to realize. The first question is why and what we need to move to these questions. Open source, it has its own advantages and disadvantages, and of course in enterprise it's all is multiplied, and it's more difficult to perceive that. In our case, one big Russian organization, a huge number of employees, and they want to use clear interfaces that are written in mistakes, and they develop a lot of services, and somehow all of them are supposed to be deployed and separated. So, and of course, the questions of zoning, deployment, and many, many other things that you can bump into in the enterprise. So, Keycloak as open source is good. Those of you who came across it, and probably you saw the problems of caching and the cache itself that they use there. Maybe it's the lack of enterprise-ready solutions and some quality deployment. In the case of enterprise, it's also the possibility to deploy open source in several data centers and how to configure this structure, so to speak. So what to do with all of it, with all these things? Because on the one hand, you want to use those benefits and perks that open source gives you, but on the other hand, everybody knows that you can't do it right at the first time, but globally we can do something. 5 points. And then we will focus on the first two. The first one is scalability and shareability. So that's how to build in this landscape, how to build it, solving the problem with cache, with deployment, and imitations of micro services. And here you need to think about policies, regulations, many other things, monitoring. And of course, there is a very important point. It's pretty large infrastructure, so that's the point of scalability of data. And replication. Well, the key point here is that in our case, the best approach is replication. So if you don't know replication, there is physical replication, where we copy from server to server some blocks of data. We just move files with logical replication, when we just ensure the possibility of copying some elements of tables that are identified. And the third one, the most complex case, when application level replication. And again, everybody understands it's full control over the replication process, possibility to adapt any component of this replication to the business specifics, and of course the disadvantages of this, flaws of it. So the potential bicycle invention, as you know, and from this coordination issues, processes, and many other things.
Но, опять же, преимущества, кажется, в определенных случаях перевешивают.
And in many cases, advantages, they actually overweigh disadvantages, and side effects would be this is the appearance of read-only replications, only at the authentications function and providing some data. And after that, the big landscape was separated in control plane and out plane. It's clear that's control plane and out plane, controlling and the functioning. So, and after that, there was separation of that is part of this read-write threads. And as a result of it, in this approach, in multi-data center, when you use some smart balancers, you can balance the traffic depending on the customer and depending on other parameters of the server that you service. How physically this applicable replication looks, this app-level replication. So we put together vectors of changes that we send to the database, the inserts, updates, we save them up to the level of lines. We send it to the system of applicable replication control, and in the replicas, you use the data and different copies of this that are working with the data. But that's not the only task of it. That when we have so many replicas in this case, it has the landscape. So we users, when we could run through all these replicas without creating any problems. And here's the second part. This is SSO. And I would like to ask Valeria to continue. Thank you. Hello, we'll talk about SSO and what it is and how it works and what's wrong with it, and do we need to do anything with it? Do we need to improve it? So what is SSO? So this is a method of single entry. When the user gets in using the password and login, so it's 1, 2, 3 app. So this is how it works. If you look in ADC, so we have user in first domain using any authentication factor. So the server authentication checks that everything is good, generating a token or a cookie, and after that, sometime later, our user goes to the second domain. This is a green rectangle, and because it's SSO, they don't need to key the credentials again. They just get in. So the box SSO, we can go between clients of one realm. And it's important because if you remember what Alexei said a bit before, when you're building a scalable solution, we have replicas, and we need the users to be able to walk around them, different instances, different realms, and you can do it at the level of ADT. And there are some difficulties here. This is because of there's a delays of redirects. At least we have 2. If the structure is more complex, there can be dozens and hundreds. Another thing is the large size of the token. This is all the excessive data, all the claims, roles, and attributes. And if you enrich it with your own claims, they're going to be even more. So, and in Dispo, you can't customize it for a particular ODC client. So whatever flow you have, that's going to be used for all the clients that you use to get to this through this provider. So what happened with the token, depending on what SSO and what fabric, so we decided to use English to use it more succinctly, so that you can create custom token with a minimum of fields that you need, and the key in this can be a session identifier or ID of the user. And using this, you get your SSO. And token TTL, it can be additional cookie that will be used in expire. What will give us as minimum, we can look at expired, everything is gone there, so you don't even need to touch the token.
Можно чуть-чуть назад? Ага, спасибо. Issue
filtering, we need to filter our issues to prevent token substitution. Simple solution, whitelist. In whitelist, you put the issues that you trust, and this is how you filter. And don't forget to code your token, and if you code it, then what mechanism you're going to use to keep it and to encrypt it. So with SSO in one replication, you get an opportunity to horizontal and vertical scalability. IDP tenancy, we assumed that users can go to different instances, different realms, and not to worry that at some time it's going to be inconvenient, too complex, because the number of repeats can grow. And when you improve in SSO, you can have a flexible setup for a flow depending on your needs. So if we put it in the scheme, this is what we have. You have 2 K clocks. It goes to first K clock, and they can use it any factor. At this point, cookies are generated, and then they decide to go to K clock second, and after the first entry, they had cookie. It triggers a number of checks. When all the checks are passed, the last arrow tells us that the user is authenticated in Keycloak 2. From one instance they got to the other, and they don't need to key the credentials the second time. So, and another important part, and I throw it back at Alexei. So using these approaches, we managed to build many instances, and it's not the only goal we had. Don't forget the Keycloak itself. It may be solid, but it's not quite ready to modern solutions like Kuber. You can use some YAML programming, and you can come up with some scalable construct. You can find some routes and pods for particular cases, for ATP and many others. And again, this task depends on the needs and the infrastructure and certain limitations that you have in your company. But nevertheless, so it increases the security of the service and makes it a microservice. So the second goal is more sort of massive in terms of the effort. Keycloak is open source. It's based on known products and the famous cache image spam, and this cache can be replaced with any other. And just add a little bit to the kernel. And don't forget about monitoring and other diagnostic procedures that will help you to understand in this branched out network of Keycloak what's actually happening. Summing up, so what you have as a result if you do it? Globally, you have a big scheme, and it can be used to very large organizations. As we said in the beginning, so we have a separate entity with Control Plane, and here it's spread in 3 data centers, and it gives you quite high accessibility of the service in different configurations, in different network zones, or depending on the how critical this system is and how critical it is for the business. You can look at it offline if you need to. I'm sure that you'll have questions. And if you have questions, so please write to us, to Telegram. I'll try to answer. So there will be a small questionnaire, so please leave your comments, maybe some feedback, and it would be nice to learn from you. So I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое за доклад.
Thank you for your presentation. As I see, we have questions, so let's begin. Alex, hello. InfoSystem Jet. We realized many SSO projects. First question is, why did you like Infinite Spammer in distributed cache and you decided to do your own? We don't say we make our own cache. There is a problem with Infinite Spam itself. In fact, it's not quite stable when it's loaded significantly, especially if it is spread, like on the picture, if it's spread into many examples, into many copies. So we spam with several servers, so we try to do it in many ways, and between cells and certain problems flagged up. What big load you're talking about? 1,000 authentication per second. Recently we did NT as part of distributed cache and Yandex Cloud, and we didn't have any problem. See here 2 answers. At some point you may have those problems. Sorry for putting it flat, but Infinite Spam can't synchronize nodes and have like cascading failures for the new sessions. So the key, of course, it's not just the number of authentications, it's the number of sessions and everything that's happening around it. So if you have many roles and some attributes and everything that gets into cache, so it blows up cache and cache falls apart under the load, and you have like cascading failures.
Добрый день, спасибо за доклад. Хотел бы спросить.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I saw on the slide you said that Keycloak, you can change names for all clients. So all clients have one single role, and in each application you can set up you can't control and manage theoretically of the flow if you want to bring dozens of different realms compliance. Probably we can tell you offline in more detail. The point is that default constructions, they are limited in terms of configuration. When you say client, you mean applications, right? Exactly. Thank you.
Так, вопросов вроде больше нету.
It looks like you don't have more questions, so thank you very much for your presentation. Let's choose the best question. What? The first one, I think. Okay, the first question was a great question. So please come and get the book. Thank you very much.
Большое спасибо всем, кто с нами остался.
Thank you very much. Thank you everyone who stayed with us till the end of the section, and those who watched us online and who is watching it after the festival. So our section is over. Thank you very much, and have a great evening.